5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our afternoon session of today's council meeting. It is March 3rd, 2026. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order, and I'll pass it to Clementine to do roll call and share announcements with the public.
Councilmember Barber.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Rash.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
And Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And public comment and participation information is provided on this meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. In-person attendees, please keep your electronic devices and phones muted to prevent audio interference with our meeting. Consistent with the First Amendment and the Brown Act, individuals have the right to speak at public meetings, including the right to criticize or support city policies or actions. The city encourages your uninhibited and robust feedback on public issues affecting the city, and we thank you for participating.
Awesome. Thank you, Clementine, for that. With that, we're going to go ahead and jump into our presentations. The first item on our agenda this afternoon is city employee milestone anniversaries. And actually, give me 1 second. Okay, I apologize for that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start off the recognition of our anniversaries and milestones for our staff with our wonderful, amazing city attorney, Chrissy Dalby. Please give it up for Chrissy Dalby for 20 years of service to the city of Monterey. I just have to say, I've been with the city now for 8 years, and Chrissy is by far one of the most professional, caring, compassionate public officials that I know, and it's just been a true pleasure. I can sometimes get frustrated as an elected official because I am trying to do things creatively and think outside the box, but what I appreciate about Chrissy is her job as city attorney is to protect what we're doing here, and I can't ask for anything more than that. So thank you so much, Chrissy, for all your years of public service. I know that we're going to have 20 more out of you. No, just kidding. But I hope, who knows? But no, it's been a true pleasure, and I'll pass it to you if you have any thoughts you want. No. Okay. All right. Absolutely. Does anybody else on the council want to jump in? Kim.
I could not let this moment go past. She's one of my people that I just love going to and having our meetings. I don't know too many people to say that they look forward to having a meeting with an attorney, but I do. And with Chrissy, it's always informative and it's always a pleasure. So thank you for all that you do and all that you've done even before I got here.
Yeah. Thank you, Chrissy, for your number of years of service and hard work. I met you 20 years ago, and you have been exactly what we thought, and you have been dynamic as an attorney and very effective. I don't know that the public really realizes it because we don't really announce it that much, but litigation is really your forte, and you were outstanding at it. And you protect the city, you look out for the city and the residents of the city of Monterey. And as lawyers go in the private sector, they always chase the money. And if the city's got a little bit of money, something happens, they want to come after the city first. And you were absolutely a great city attorney at representing this council, great information, history, and also you protect the entire city from what many cities make are mistakes, and they find themselves in court and they lose a lot of money. You have a different attitude. You serve us very well, and we really appreciate all your hard work and your counsel. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to say I agree with everything that my colleagues are saying, and congratulations on 20 years. That's no small number. So thank you for your service. Thank you for everything that you do for our city. Thanks.
I so appreciate that you aren't afraid of anyone. It's really great. I love it. It's so refreshing. And You're really very, very smart, and I just enjoy that so much. I enjoy talking with you and organized. She's organized on her computer. She'll say, "Oh, I'll bring that worksheet up from 20 years ago, and it's there, or I'll bring that case up." And I'm kind of going, "Wow, this woman's organized." So those things really stand out, and I wish you lots of years more, please.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll close this up by just saying one final thought. I mean, and it's hard to discuss in an open session what the experience is like, but we spend a lot of time behind closed doors with Chrissy dealing with litigation within the city. And not only are you just super knowledgeable about your craft and area of expertise, but when you don't know, you're completely honest and being able to identify that and weighing the balance of getting outside counsel to help support the efforts, again, with the focus of keeping the city protected. So once again, let's give it up for Chrissy for her 20 years of service to the city.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I've only been a city employee for 6 weeks, but as you know, I was county administrator for 14 years and public works director. And I just want to know your city attorney had the utmost respect of our county counsel's office and our fellow attorneys throughout the county. So we're very grateful for her 2 decades of service.
Thank you. And do we have a pin and a certificate for her? The official pin. Yeah. The aspiration of us all. All right. With that, I'll pass it over to Lou to have staff do the rest of the presentations.
Thank you. Next, we'll be recognizing Cherry Pipes from the Public Works Department, and I would invite her department head, and I will meet them up in front.
Thank you. And is it on? Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. All right. So this is Sherry Pipe. Sherry. And she is completing 20 years with the city of Monterey. And I just have a couple of things I like to say. And so she is with the Public Works Department Parking Division. And Sherry began her career in the attendance section, serving as the friendly face that customers encounter when exiting our parking facilities. Over the years, as technology streamlined operations and transformed the traditional booth role, Sherry embraced change and evolved with the position. So she continues to provide excellent service behind the scenes and in the field as a trusted parking services representative. So sometimes if you push the little button and you need help, it'll be her friendly voice. And she genuinely loves helping people, whether assisting customers who run into challenges, guiding visitors as they navigate Monterey, or keeping traffic moving smoothly in the wharf parking lot. She approaches every interaction with pride to serve the city of Monterey. Over the years, you build strong relationships with local residents and the business owners everywhere, becoming a very familiar and trusted presence. Her steady dedication and genuine care for the community make her a valued member of the parking division team. We're grateful for her 20 years of hard work and appreciate the many ways she has supported our customers and contributed to the welcoming experience people have in Monterey. So thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you so much.
Did you want to make any comments?
Yes. I am one of the few people on this planet that can say I love my job. I look forward to coming to work, and I have been learning so much through the years that it's always interesting to me. The public is my friend.
I love that. Thank you for it. And I have to say, what a brave human being you are for coming, because it's one thing to be the voice behind the box that nobody sees, but to come in public and now people know who you are, especially for parking. Bless you for it. Thank you for your years of service.
Okay, next we have 2 of our fine fire captains, Cosimo Tilly and James Sheldon, and I will invite our fire chief up to present their 25 years of service each, together a half a decade service.
Mr. Mayor, Council, these are the type of presentations I really enjoy to do because I get a chance to recognize our employees of our department. So we have two tonight. One is Captain Cosmo Tilley. Second is Captain JD Sheldon. Cosmo couldn't be here tonight, but I'm going to discuss a little bit about his career, and then we'll go into JD. So Captain Tilley grew up in Monterey, graduated from Monterey High School. He started his fire service career with the Highlands Fire Department as a volunteer firefighter, and then came to the city of Monterey in January of 2001, where he started his career here as a firefighter. He was promoted to engineer in 2006, and just, engineer the ones that operate the apparatus. On the engines, they operate the pump, and on the truck, they operate the ladder. So he did that for several years until he promoted to captain in 2015. And as a captain, you're pretty much in charge of that engine company, making crucial decisions out in the field. He is currently assigned to B shift, Station 12, which is our new Monterey on Hawthorne. And he's been really involved in the department throughout the year. His notable projects were he's in charge of our radios for many years. And being that he's at Station 12 where the boat is, he's really taken a lot of interest in the boat program. So anyway, like I said, unfortunately, he couldn't be here tonight, but I wanted to at least have a moment to tell you a little bit about his career. So the second recognition is with Captain JD Sheldon. So this one's a little special to me. JD started exactly a year after I started, and we were assigned at the same station. So we grew up together as firefighters, took our lumps together, have a lot of shared memories and some great stories and experiences. JD grew up in Pacific Grove. He attended Pacific Grove High School and graduated from Pacific Grove High School. And then, got his bachelor's degree at UC Santa Barbara. His first experience with the fire service was with the city of Carmel as a reserve firefighter, where he spent a lot of time there kind of learning how to become a firefighter, and kind of fell in love with the job then. He got hired once again with us in January of 2001, was promoted to engineer in 2006, and then was promoted to captain in 2023. He's currently assigned to Station 14, which is in Pacific Grove on B shift as well. He lives in Carmel Valley with his wife, Charlotte, who's here today, and his two grown adult children, Perry and Archer. I think Perry is here. And he's a newly proud grandfather to Clementine, who's here as well.
Loud one over there.
Yeah. So Captain Sheldon has always been very active in the fire department. JD grew up here on the waters as a local surfer. And so the marrying him with the boat project was really a natural fit for him. And he's been really involved with that project over the years. He also back long ago when the AT&T golf tournament was called the Crosby, our nonprofit or our charitable organization ran the courtesy cars. And so got us all to volunteer for that. So he did that for about 20 years until the tournament no longer asked for our services. But as you all know, working for volunteers and volunteer groups can be quite challenging at times. And then most recently, he's involved with our apparatus committee, so helps us spec our apparatus. And I know you've seen him at council making presentations on our community wildfire protection plan. Traveling up and down the state, working on wildfires, JD kind of took to that, had a passion for helping communities prepare for wildfires. So he's really engaged with that, talking to community groups, council presentations, and such. But with all the complexity of our jobs, the bottom line is we're public servants, and there's no better representative of a public servant than JD. He has a great ability to connect with people, and his empathy is something that we could all model and learn from. He embodies the values of the city of Monterey and the Monterey Fire Department. So with that, I'd like to recognize Captain JD Sheldon for 25 years of service.
Just a couple words. The first one, I'd like to echo Cherie's words. This is a job where we get to serve the community, and I am truly thankful for that. Thank you for the opportunity and the trust with our customers and our guests in the city of Monterey. And thank you for allowing me to work with this group back here, which some of you know, some of you don't, but really special people. And I also never say I have to go to work. I get to go to work, and I love it, every second of it. So thank you for your support to the fire department. Thank you, Gene. You and I've worked together. Tyler, it's great having you here. Ed, I knew you when you were wearing blue just like me. So it's great to see you all. Thank you so much for the recognition.
Thank you. Hey, Chief, hold right there. I think somebody's got a camera. Okay.
Yes. Oh man. It sounds like I need to become a firefighter. I like the phrase, I get to go to work. I like that. I like that. Maybe I'm in the wrong career field. All right. Thank you for that. Who do we have next?
So celebrating our first responders, we next have our police department, and we're going to acknowledge Kimberly Zook for 2 decades of service to the city.
Mayor, council members, staff, Dave Hober, police chief, I would like to acknowledge Officer Kim Zook. And we kind of write a formal aspect up that then we put into Kim's personnel file. So I just want to read that and then follow with the story. Monterey Police Department Officer Kimberly Zook, number 939, has been an integral part of the City of Monterey Police Department for the past 20 years, from January of 2006 to present. Officer Zook began her career with the City of Monterey in January of 2006 as a police services technician. In August 2006, she attended the police academy and was sworn in as a police officer in February of 2007. Throughout her tenure, Officer Zook has served in several key roles, including patrol officer, detective, acting sergeant, and field training officer. For the past 15 years, she has served as a hostage negotiator with the crisis negotiation team and has further strengthened the department through her roles as an active shooter instructor, terrorist liaison officer, integrating communications, assessment, and tactics de-escalation instructor, member of the RISE peer support team, and domestic violence instructor. Officer Zook currently continues her work as a field training officer and plays a vital role within the department, mentoring and preparing new officers to succeed in their law enforcement careers. Officer Zook earned her bachelor's degree in criminal justice from California State University, Sacramento. Throughout her career, she has consistently led by example, demonstrating professionalism, integrity, dedication to service, and an unwavering commitment to the law enforcement profession. The City of Monterey Police Department proudly recognizes and thanks Officer Zook for 20 years of service to our community. And I said I wanted to end with a story. I was here for about a year when I received some sort of communication, a letter or an email that was from a family who had lost a family member. There was a death in the family. And the letter to me was written about Kim because she had sent that family a bouquet of flowers on the anniversary of that death. And I was so struck with Kim's compassion and remembering. And that was one of my very first really introductions to Kim. So Kim, I appreciate you on so many levels and thank you for everything that you do. I'm not going to put you on the spot, Mayor, because I asked her, do you want to say anything? She said no. But there's your 20-year pin. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, I appreciate you sharing that story because those types of stories give a lot of context. And to me, what that story shares is the definition of public service. So thank you for your years of public service. And I think when you were listing off some of the work that she has done throughout her career and is currently doing, really that just kind of highlights for me all the work that our public safety officials do that I think a lot of the folks in the public, we all can take for granted. There's a lot of expectations, requirements. There's a high level of standard that our executives have of our public safety officials. So both to our police and fire, we thank you on behalf of the city council. So with that, we'll pass it back to Lou for additional presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, if I can invite our Public Works Director up again. We're going to recognize Mr. Garcia, I think, who is in many ways the face of the city, our lead custodian. And we congratulate him on a very impressive 25 years of service.
Thank you. So I want to introduce you to Jesus Garcia, and I really appreciate it. He's very shy. He does a fantastic job, but he likes to be behind the scenes. So it's really a big deal that he's here today. We want to recognize this incredible milestone. So Jesus is truly a custodial expert. He spent over the past 25 years mastering his craft and serving our community with great pride. He first joined the city in 2000 as a part-time seasonal custodian. In less than a year, His strong work ethic and commitment to excellence were already evident, earning him a promotion to full-time custodian at the Monterey Conference Center. Jesus quickly distinguished himself not only through the quality of his work, but through his ability to lead and support all of those around him. Within just a few short years, he was promoted to senior custodian, which is a testament to both his technical skills and his leadership ability. In 2012, Jesus returned to the General Services Division, and he continued to set the standard for performance, managing his team effectively, maintaining exceptional customer service, and demonstrating unwavering dedication to his responsibilities. I mean, these are truly our unsung heroes. In 2023, his outstanding performance was recognized once again when he was promoted to the position of lead custodian, where he serves today. Throughout his career, he's always demonstrated a positive attitude, unmatched work ethic, genuine passion for his trade. He's earned a deep respect of his team, his peers, and customers he serves. In many ways, he is the glue that holds the custodial team together. Always willing to step in when there are gaps, always ready to support his colleagues. In fact, just this past Christmas, Jesus came in on his time off to cover a holiday shift so his team could have a holiday at home. That kind of commitment speaks volumes about the person he is. He regularly takes on special projects, goes above and beyond expectations, and shows a deep pride in serving the city he cares so much about. Jesus leads by example every single day. He embodies what it means to be a stellar employee. He's dependable, humble, hardworking, and positive. Thank you for your 25 years of excellent leadership and dedication to the city of Monterey. Did you want to say something?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
so much.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to take 10 seconds to say Chrissy is the best city attorney I've ever had the pleasure working with and from Public Works. Thank you so much for everything you do. You're so responsive. You have our backs, and we're so lucky to have you.
I have to say that no matter what position you're in the city of Monterey, whether you're in parking or you're a custodian, that's no less than any of the other positions that we have in the city of Monterey. And to see the emotional response towards the gratitude that you've been receiving, I think just further extends what makes Monterey so special. And so we're thankful to have you be a part of our team. Thank you for all your years of service.
Thank you, Mayor. And our last this evening, last but not least, is Mr. Jesse Solis, who serves at our Monterey Conference Center, a facility attendant, and again, a very impressive 25 years of service. And Nat will be presenting this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Unfortunately, Jesse wasn't able to make it to the City Council meeting tonight, but we do acknowledge and recognize and celebrate his 25 years of outstanding service to the City of Monterey. Mr. Solis started with the city 25 years ago, and like many employees who start in one department, they go to another department and end up somewhere else. Well, the first 20 years of Jesse's service to the city was actually at the Monterey Sports Center, where he was a dedicated member of the team and provided support to all the various areas of the sports center, from the fitness facilities to the weight rooms to classes, interacting with not only members of the public, those of us who go to the sports center to exercise, work out, participate in programs, but also the evening shift, which is a late shift for many individuals like Jesse. His last 5 years, he's been with us at the conference center, and it shows his ability to adapt and pivot to a different role. And as facility attendant at the conference center, he's always dedicated and just so much appreciated by his colleagues and all the customers that he interacts with. That includes not only our staff, but also the participants who go to the various conferences and events at the conference center, whether that's a wedding and someone needs tables or certain types of amenities moved, furnishings moved, or setting up for a large conference like the TED conference. when I asked the question, what type of conference or what types of events Jesse likes to support the most. Interestingly enough, it's one of his favorites every year is the Panetta Lecture Series, the one that we had yesterday. So he worked that event last night, and he enjoys so much learning about the country's history and politics that he signs up and supports events like the lecture series that I know many of you attended and our community attended. On a personal note, he is definitely a family man as well. He lives with and supports his 93-year-old mother, and lives with her in Watsonville, and is dedicated and values family very much. And unfortunately, again, was not able to make it tonight, but appreciates the recognition and thanks his colleagues as well as council for the support.
Awesome. Let's give it up for him. I will say, if hearing that Jesse was part of last night's event and is being recognized today, no wonder why the event went off swimmingly. So thank you, Jesse, for your years of service. And I think that concludes our milestones and anniversaries. So again, thanks to all those who've been recognized today, but our entire city team. You all are what helped make all of this run so smoothly. Whether you're as new as Lou is, or you're one of these 25-year recipients, each and every one of you play a vital role and honestly make the council look good. I often hear feedback about how amazing it is, people's experience, whether they're visiting or whether they live here or maybe aren't as engaged in the tension of politics that exists here. Fair majority of people that I hear from are pleased with it. And it's not because of anything that we necessarily did. It's because of each and every one of you. So truly, truly thank you, staff, for the work that you do. So let's give our staff a round of applause. All righty. With that, we're going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. How public comment period works is that we identify the folks at the beginning of the public comment period. And then after that, we will close it. And then only those folks will be able to speak. So everybody gets a chance, but you have to identify yourself at the beginning of the public comment period. This is specifically to do with the milestones and anniversaries for our city staff. This is not general public comment. So I'm going to start with folks on Zoom. If you're on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? We have one. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? This is specifically to do with the milestones and anniversaries of our city staff.
Mayor, I think
Just milestones of our city staff. No, nobody in the chamber wants to speak on this item. All right, so we'll close it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom. This is for the milestones of our city staff only, not general public comment. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 2 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take those callers.
First, I'm calling on a telephone caller. You can unmute and go ahead, please.
I'm a little disappointed in the one hearing about the person preventing terrorism when our government is the biggest purveyor of terrorism in the world. Martin Luther King said billions of dollars are spent committing mass murder, and it's true today. I wish it just doesn't seem appropriate right now. That's all.
Comment
that doesn't seem
regarding the
appropriate.
milestones and anniversaries of our city employees. I'll let you go ahead and continue your comments, but otherwise we're going to go ahead and go to the next caller. So I'll give you one more shot here.
I just don't think it's appropriate right now. That's all.
Okay.
Like I said, that's it.
Thank you so much.
And the next speaker is Esther.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to echo a lot of the sentiments that have already been expressed as a resident, not as a fellow worker, but I acknowledge, all the city staff, and I think it's a testament to the city and staff and leadership on how we have so many employees that are with us for so long. I mean, that speaks to how dedicated everybody is to this community and the level of professionalism and character that we have in our city employees in all departments. And I just want to give Chrissy a shout out. I haven't had to engage with Chrissy too much, thankfully, in many ways, because I don't get myself involved in things that are too legal. But whenever I have had a question or needed anything from her or her office, they have always responded quickly and with whatever it is that has been requested of them. So I wanted to congratulate her for the leadership she's bringing to her department and for all the years of service from her as well as everybody else. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you for your public comments there, Esther. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. And with that, we will move on to general public comments. So this is now an opportunity to speak to the council on non-agendized items. So this is for the other stuff. If there's something that's on the agenda, this is not the time to speak. This is specifically for non-agendized items. So for folks on Zoom, go ahead and pass it to you to use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on non-agendized items? So I see 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you all wouldn't mind standing up to the left of the podium, if you choose to remain seated, I have the 4 of you identified. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, so we'll cut it off to those 4. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 on Zoom. We're going to go ahead into 2 minutes. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Whoever wants to start.
2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I probably should have reached out to you, Gino, first, but I'm here, so I'll go with it. I'm Justin Loza, resident of Monterey, president of Veterans for Peace, Chapter 46 here in Monterey. This past 4th of July, our parade here in Monterey included armored military vehicles rolling down Alvarado Street. I know that for many, these vehicles symbolize strength and national pride. Our country was born out of this violent struggle, and militarism has been part of our identity from the beginning. I recognize that Monterey is a big part of the culture of Monterey is its military history. I understand that many Americans see that it's honorable, and I very much respect that. At the same time, I think timing really matters. When I was at the parade last year, I watched these armored vehicles roll past families, kids, and visitors who came out to celebrate liberty and independence. And for some of us included, myself included, that moment came with a sense of dread instead of celebration. These machines were built for combat, not community parades, and seeing them in that setting felt out of step with the moment that we're living in. Community events like parades are opportunities to highlight what brings us together: free speech, civic participation, public service, and the courage of everyday people who make our town strong. Even dissenting, protesting, as I think something that is very important to display. Those democratic values stand on their own and don't need armored vehicles beside them. We have plenty of ways to acknowledge our history and honor those who served without putting combat equipment into family celebrations. A thoughtful approach to what we highlight, especially in these tense times, helps more people feel comfortable, included, and proud to call this place Monterey home. Thank you very much.
Very well timed. Go ahead and take the next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Turner. I live in Monterey, Fisherman's Flats, and this is chapter 2 of my sidewalk saga. Last time I got up to last August, when I decided I had to go upstairs if I was ever going to get anything done with this sidewalk repair. So I called Mr. Andrew Esterling, I think his name is, city engineer. And he called me back and he said, this is complicated. He said, first we got to do this. Then we got to do that. Then we got to do this other thing. And besides, we changed the procedure, so we got to start from the beginning. So I said to him, okay, how long do you think it'll take? He really thought about it. He said, 2 weeks for this, a month for that. He said, 3 months. So I said, okay, that's the middle of November. So in the middle of December, when nothing had been done, I called him back. And a week later, a guy named Billy called. Billy didn't give me his last name, and I didn't ask, but he said he worked for Public Works. And he explained to me that this is complicated. First, we got to do this, then we got to do that, then we got to do this other thing. And besides, The whole procedure's been changed, so we got to start from the beginning. I said, okay, how long do you think it'll take? He said, 4 months. So that's April, I think. But 2 weeks ago, Wednesday, right after I spoke to you guys, Billy called me again. And he said, you're on the list. He said, you're not first, but you're on the list. I said, great. I said, when do you think the sidewalk will be fixed? And he said, 2 months. So that's still April. And I have a hunch it's not an accident that I got a call from Billy the next day. I suspect someone in this room helped out, and I appreciate that. I'll see you in 2 weeks to finish up.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
Hi, my name is Sherna Stewart. I want to put in an idea about the city in general, but the historic district, historic area in particular. We have a trolley that is, I understand, supported by the city and by the aquarium. And in looking at the route of the trolley, I see that it doesn't, obviously everybody knows, it doesn't include the historic district. And I think it's a loss. There's been a recent downtown specific plan that expanded the history territories, Pearl Street, for instance. And I think that the trolley route might be reconfigured to the same schedule, the same time period that it takes, the same schedule that they have, but working out one or two kinks, it might act as more of an introduction to the city as a whole. Most cities, everybody knows, have sightseeing things, but our trolley could be doing that just by a slight rerouting. And I'd just like to suggest that the city council, being in charge, apparently the aquarium is all right with making any changes, just so long as people get there at the same time and that it's just as convenient. I think it would be wonderful if the city council could form a subcommittee of some sort to look at the tour bus route with a planner. I don't see Kim here, but obviously a city planner. And I wanted to mention, I don't know if any of you know this book, Monterey. Am I finished?
Yes.
Okay. My interest goes back a long way. My husband did this with state parks and the History and Art Association in '94. Anyway, that's what I hope for, is a subcommittee to study. And I have some suggestions myself, but to form a subcommittee to
Thank
look
you,
at the
Mr.
financing
Thank you,
and the
Mr.
scheduling.
Sorry, I apologize. I just want to make sure that we're being fair to everybody as far as how much time we're giving.
Sure.
Thank you for coming to provide your public comment. If you haven't already done so, I just encourage you to connect with city staff to see if maybe there could be an opportunity to work with staff on what you're proposing first before the.
Your staff.
That's correct. Yeah. And Nat here, our assistant city manager, could maybe connect with you to make sure you have the right contact information. Alrighty. Yes, sir. Thank you again, Ms. Stewart.
Hello, everyone. This is the first council meeting I've ever attended. I see I picked an auspicious night for it. All those acknowledgements make me prouder to be a citizen. And here I am with just a little parking question. I live in Old Town and wish to comment on the upcoming changes in the permitted parking program. I'm a better writer than I am a speaker, so forgive me if I read from my notes. The residents of the area received a letter from the city outlining the upcoming changes. Got that about 2 weeks ago. This new paid parking permit program seems to be constructed in such a way that the technology updates, which is the camera license plate recognition system, are tied to an annual fee for obtaining a digital parking permit, which in turn is tied to which in turn is tied to retaining the current 1-hour parking signs. In other words, we are being asked to register on the new system, and if less than half of any 4 contiguous block area, which the city has yet to demarcate, fails to register, the current permitting system will be dismantled and the 1-hour parking signs in that area would be removed. Only if 51% of each 4-block area registers, will the 1-hour parking signs remain. Of course, that also puts the residents on the hook to pay an annual fee for their permit if they want to continue having those signs. Secondly, I have a question about the implementation of the camera system. I know that a license plate recognition system is already in place in certain areas, but if I understand correctly, the use of the existing system, parking lots, gives the camera a head-on view of the plate. My question is, has the system been tested in the neighborhoods where it will be used, where you have am I out of time?
Yep.
Oh, I got a lot more.
Nope, that's good. And I'm going to do the same with you. If you just want to connect with staff and see if we can get some of those questions that you have answered by staff, this item will be coming back in front of the city council. So I would encourage you to keep an eye out for that discussion so you can come back for public comment. And you're more than welcome to come back in the meantime for additional public comment. But if you want to connect with staff, maybe we can get some of those questions answered for you.
Well, the goal was to get it on the agenda. So looks like that might happen.
Yes, sir.
It's coming.
Thank you.
All righty. And with that, we're going to go to our public commenters on Zoom.
Yes, I'm calling on one of our telephone callers first. This is the one ending in 705. You can unmute and then you can go ahead.
Yes. Yes. Good evening, everyone. Lorna Moffett here. The Berkeley-Oakland fires were the worst fire hazard in the history of the United States, blamed somehow by eucalyptus trees, even to this day. And now the call to cut all eucalyptus trees down in Monterey County, compliments of Senator Laird, who obviously did not enough research on the pros and cons of eucalyptus in California. He just presented a bill with our tax dollars to authorize that eucalyptus trees be cut down. So, Jack Cohen is a fire scientist at the U.S. Forest Service Fire Lab in Missoula, Montana, the only fire lab in the United States. And his research has informed nationwide strategies on how to prevent and manage fire in the wildland-urban interface setting. And I quote from him, he studied the Berkeley fires and many others where they were all blamed for the eucalyptus trees. And he says the unconsumed tree vegetation is eucalyptus. This indicates that the eucalyptus tree did not burn with high intensities or any intensity, leading to home destruction. This strongly suggests that eliminating eucalyptus and replacing it with some other vegetation would not prevent future wildland urban fire disasters, because the problem was inappropriately defined as eucalyptus vegetation problem and not a home ignition zone problem. So we need every tree we can get right now, especially along our coastline, because our coastline trees are what create inland rain as far away as Asia and Africa, where huge drought.
All right, we'll take the next caller. And this is the other telephone caller with the number ending in 837.
Yes, Brian Rosen here. The mayor, as nice as he may be, is a big supporter of the military. And I would say the military-industrial complex that is doing such devastation to our planet has killed so many people with these horrible wars that Monterey Institutes have helped plan, the Defense Language Institute and so forth. I'd like to venture to say that the real heroes are people like Veterans for Peace, who speak out against these horrific, unjust, evil wars that the United States is doing all over the world. And maybe they should be celebrated instead of, I think the mayor is going to celebrate the military no matter what they do. But the real heroes are the ones that refuse to follow unlawful orders. You know, we're helping Israel do a genocide. Panetta's behind it, and he has an AIPAC problem. He gets a lot of money from AIPAC. And recently, 160 children were just murdered in the, you know, and so maybe these are the things we should do resolutions against. This happened in Iran. And don't tell me it wasn't purposeful. There's just too much information, too much footage that's been coming out over the last couple of years that the government of Israel, in collaboration with the United States, is committing a real, genuine genocide. So maybe we should put the military in perspective. And Mayor, I just dare you to read some statements from Martin Luther King about the military-industrial complex. I dare you. And it's mostly people of color who are getting the brunt of it. You know, I agree about the eucalyptus trees too. And when you take down big trees, you should at least put a lot more trees in, because I think there's a big net loss. It was terrible when that big sycamore tree came down without any public input. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment. Just for folks' awareness, we don't respond to public comments under general public comments because they're non-agendized items. We can only discuss things that are agendized. So otherwise, trust me, I would. With that, we're gonna go ahead and move on to to consent agenda. Staff, I understand there's nothing that's been requested to be pulled. Anybody on the council wish to pull anything? We can't take, if you have a question on something, we have to pull it. Mhm. Okay, number 4 will be pulled. Anything else? All right, we'll take it out for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on consent or wish to pull anything from consent? All right, I'm not seeing any takers. We'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody on Zoom. Bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
I move to approve consent agenda except for number 4.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll go to item 4, which is to authorize the mayor to sign a comment letter to the United States Army Garrison Presidio about the Lower Presidio Historic Park draft environmental assessment and draft finding of no significant impact for implementing slope stabilization and erosion control measures. Maybe we'll start with Dr. Barber since she requested this item be pulled.
Right. So no problem with the letter or any of that. Just had a question about the closures, the temporary closures, because it's coming along that bank. It's a temporary sidewalk and partial road closures. Wondering what kind of closures we're talking about, what that would look like, and what kind of notice we're looking at and timeline.
So Brian Edwards, Library and Museums Director on this. What I'll say on this is that we were given this report dropped this off by the United States Army Garrison. This is not something that we've had access to in terms of discussions at this point, in terms of notices. So everything is inside of their draft report that they've submitted in terms of having proposals due by March 9th in feedback. And so what we requested was as little closures as possible and to not do it as much as possible during the traffic hours along Lighthouse Curve on their Pacific, because there was nothing in there in the proposal. The proposal states that there is going to be potential closures at the time, but it doesn't have at this time what the timeline is for starting the work or when they're going to do that.
So when would we have that more information? Because that's going to impact a lot of people. And what happens a lot of times is closures happen and nobody gets noticed. And that area right there really gets bottlenecked because we get PG coming out as well from that area and well as coming back in. So it really can get bottlenecked coming in back and forth. So I would be curious to have them to come back to be able to give more specific timelines and when the closures would be. Even though they're temporary, they still would be impactful.
Right. And we would plan on that in terms of working with our public works, our engineering team who's here as well, that we would be working with them and asking the Presidio to connect with us directly about all of the planned closures and everything like that. Because those planned closures, I would see Andrea and Andrew in the room here. Those would be our two of our and their teams working on that. But we don't have a timeline. As I mentioned, when this project came forward, we're responding on the letter and on the proposal that the United States Army posted. They posted, we were given this report in terms of it being posted as a notice in the Monterey County Weekly, and the report dropped off at the library. We have not been part of the actual report. So this part right here is our response to their report, and us just saying on this part that we need proper notification and to plan this, because we are aware that the traffic, we know on our side that there are going to be traffic impacts along that side. We've stated that we want to make sure that we are in part of that process.
So more information will be coming back after the March 9th date, I would take it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Please. Yeah, so as I understand it, March 9th is the deadline that has been established by the Department of Defense for comments. So you mentioned that you're aware of the potential traffic when construction is occurring. So part of your recommendation in the letter is to include our concerns for time of construction, awareness of traffic, potential impacts when it gets to construction. I would note also that, I mean, if the mayor's going to sign that letter, I'm sure you'll see it, and that's the language we want to convey. Is there any potential that they will turn right back around and under ICSIS, the city of Monterey would actually be controlling the bidding process for the construction? Do we know, will they keep this within their DOD, or will they potentially turn to us and have this as a project that the city of Monterey would put out to bid for construction?
So my understanding, and I could be wrong on this, but my understanding, because this is on federal property, this is under NEPA,
Yeah.
which is if it was under our bid, we would be under CEQA, so which is California Environmental Quality Act. So there's, if we went out to be a city project, we would be in charge of that, and there would be additional project constraints in that. So
maybe I didn't explain it well enough. Under their ICSIS, our intergovernmental services agreement, they ask us to manage military projects.
Right.
Within DOD in the base. Is there a potential that they might come back? We might see this under a bid for construction that they're paying for it.
Yeah.
I'll hand it over to
We don't
Andrea.
have any answer.
Yeah, we can, and I'll chime in, and then Andrea will add to it. It will be a team effort in the response. This is a first step towards a project that the Army has shared with us, will be fully funded by the Army and constructed and designed by the Army Corps of Engineers. So my understanding is that it would not be through IGSA, but you can.
That's correct. They have not approached us to make this part of the IGSA and engineering support. So my best guess is that they would use Army Corps of Engineers to do the bidding and the construction management.
Okay.
Yeah,
great.
and if you may recall, last year, I think it was earlier last year or the year prior, we went to council with the concern that this work would be burdened on the city to complete. That has shifted over the last few months, where the garrison commander says that they're looking for funding both through Army Corps and other federal funds to be the lead on the project and to keep the project completely within Army land and not to affect the city, other than coordination for traffic control and construction. So we're grateful for that. We're grateful for the partnership with the Army Garrison Commander, and looking forward to seeing this be a federally funded project.
Any other questions?
No other questions?
Okay. Did you have something else? Okay. Anybody on this side? All right. With that, we'll go out for public comment. Anybody on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right. Not seeing any takers, so we'll cut it off in the chamber. Do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one person on Zoom.
Yes, I'm calling on Lauren. Lauren, you can go ahead, please.
You Zoom at Presidio.
Now we can
this is
Um,
excellent.
Do you want to go ahead and start again? We didn't pick you up just now.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Well, this is Lauren Sullivan. I'm the NEPA program manager at the Presidio Monterey. I just wanted to restate that this is going to be an Army Corps project. We're not planning on having this go through the ICSA, and we really appreciate the city providing public comment on this draft environmental assessment. And there will be a lot more details that we will share. We're still working on the final design for the project, so we don't have the final design, which would include those details on exactly how much space it's going to take to do the construction. So we'll definitely incorporate it, those details as we have them, and keep the city in the loop. But it will not become an ICSA project that we ask the city to go out to bid and construct on.
Okay.
And that was all that I had to add, just to let you guys know, because I seemed like a big concern that some of you had.
Thank you, Lauren, for calling in and sharing those additional comments. And we look forward to working with you all as we navigate this journey together. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
I move that we approve number 4 on the consent agenda to have the mayor to sign a comment letter to United States Army Garrison Presidio.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
Yeah, just a quick comment. Actually, this is a process that we see very familiar with construction, so it's good to get the information on the front end. It's actually a good thing. We were worried that we were going to be burdened with a massive expense on the city when we first got this notice about 3 years ago. So as part of the process goes and conversation and funding and the impact and the property with our partners at the DLI, actually, I'm excited for the improvement. I think it's a great thing. We know that it's a conflict point. It's the boundary point, but we're going to see the design. We'll get more information as the months unfold once the NEPA process goes through, and we'll certainly be able to mitigate any traffic conflicts with construction. So I'm actually excited. It's a good thing. I'm glad that the Department of Defense is able to pay for it.
Right.
And this is a thing to celebrate. So thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well said. With that, I think we'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we're going to go ahead and adjourn to the Ocean View Community Services District consent agenda. Item number 5 is to receive Ocean View Community Services District quarterly report. I'll pass it to Chrissy for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. The report is contained in the agenda packet, and there are no new updates since the time of publication. So that's the report.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Chrissy. Council, any questions?
Nope.
All right. Seeing none, we'll take it out for public comment. Anybody on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Not seeing any takers, so we'll go ahead and cut it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody on Zoom, bring it back to the council. No action needed, just doing a last check with the council. Any comments on this one before we go back to the council meeting? All righty. All right, with that, we're going to go back to council. We have 2 public appearance items to close us out for the afternoon session. So item number 6 on the agenda is suspend the city's special event support program for events taking place in fiscal years 26-27 and 27-28, and direct staff to design a fiscally sustainable special event approval and funding policy. With that, I'll pass it to Lou for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As you know, we're facing a fiscal challenge this year and in our 5-year forecast. Hence, our recreation staff are going to bring forward a recommendation. It's a difficult issue, but nevertheless, a recommendation regarding funding a special events program and to get direction on developing a policy for future years. So with that, I would invite, is Shannon Leon here? Mark, you going to do that? Okay.
It can be Shannon. Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Good to see you all. It's been a while since I've been up here, so this is exciting. So I'm here tonight as a management analyst for the Parks and Recreation Department. kind of splitting time, as you'll hear and see me more for other topics tonight, between the city manager's office and this department. So I just wanted to bring this one to y'all's attention on behalf of the Parks and Rec Department. So for the Special Event Support Program, for 26, 27, 27, 28, we are requesting that we suspend the program for those 2 years. We're looking at the financial situation that the city is in, but also the staff time that is needed for this program. It's over 100 hours of work, and the staff member who was responsible for this before would have been my predecessor in this specific role. She has since departed for another opportunity, and we are not able to fill that position. So right now we're in a tough position to actually be able to administer the program the way that it needs to be done. So you can see the staff's recommendation. We have also offered to look at this potentially for an 8-week pause to see if there's another way we could maybe do it, to use the $50,000 that's already been allocated for this year to help those programs out. We do have some slides that have the programs that we approved for last year, so you can get an idea if you don't already have it, but it's also in the agenda report. But that's where we're at right now, and I'll leave it up to you for discussion.
All right. Thank you for the brief and highlights of that item. Opening up to the council for questions. Please, Councilman Barash.
What did we give to Captain and Stoker?
So for Captain and Stoker last year, we gave them, I believe, I have my notes.
3,000.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So we, $3,000. Yeah. So we can go through the slides briefly. Oh, no worries. I can go through it really quickly if you want. So you can see Big Sur Marathon Foundation, $14,000, Captain and Stoker, $3,000, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, $2,000, Festa Italia Foundation, $3,500, First Night Monterey, $1,000, Fisherman's Wharf Association, $3,000. Next slide, please. These are the ones that we approved, by the way. So Gateway Center for Monterey County Incorporated, that event was canceled, but we did approve $5,000. Jade Events Unlimited, $1,000. Monterey Bay Parents, $7,500. Monterey Bay Pony Baseball and Softball, $2,000. Monterey Firefighters Community Foundation, they had 2 separate events that totaled $6,000. Monterey History and Art Association, also 2 separate events that totaled $3,140. Next slide, please. I think this is the last one. Monterey Museum of Art, $7,500. Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association, their event was canceled. However, they were approved for $700. And the New Monterey Business Association, $1,000. The JACL in Monterey Peninsula, $7,500. And Whale Fest Monterey, $5,000. Some of these are, just for extra context, some of these are sort of repeat requests, but some of these are also one-off requests. So there's sort of a mix there, but a lot of them are, they kind of come back each year for our support. However, I do also want to note that in the guidelines, we do specify that your proposal should not be reliant on the city's funding to make it happen. So they should, in theory, be prepared to move forward. We shouldn't be canceling events because of this, if you will. So
I guess my specific question is, what is the event at Captain and Stoker or with Captain and Stoker that we're supporting?
Sure, I can let Shannon answer that a little more in detail.
So it's their anniversary event they hold annually at Jack's Park. And so it's a free community event. They bring in food vendors, local artisans, and all that. And then just also to clarify, First Night Monterey was a separate event, not the actual first night. It's a event they proposed to do during the summer.
Great. And that was my next question, because we
Okay.
give them 35,000 on top. of
Correct.
that.
This is a completely separate
Right,
event.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Shannon. Why would we direct staff, if we don't authorize the 50,000, why would we direct staff to design a fiscally sustainable special event approval and funding policy? I mean, if we can't do it for budget reasons, why wouldn't we just look at this in 2 or 3 years and do that work then? Why do it now? What are the pros and cons?
And I can chime in if that's okay, because I know it's a conversation we've had over the years on special events and special event funding. We have the special event support program, which is the designated, as Mark mentioned, 50,000 this year, and in past years anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 in funding. As in another way to call it is sub grants to and smaller funding for other organizations to put on events. But in addition to that, we have other events throughout the year, whether it's July 4th parade, the tree lighting that takes place in cooperation with the Old Monterey Business Association. We have First Night Monterey and other groups. And then more and more over the past several months, we've had more requests for additional events and the city to co-sponsor. So taking this action would allow two things. Number one, it will allow us, to take a pause on the special event support program for this year and then also for next year, and then give staff some time to develop a policy that can help us identify how do we align all the other considerations for the approval of special events and funding, given our fiscal challenges. How and when do we fund programs and events? What are the considerations when it comes to public safety, the economic impact of those events, and gives staff time to bring forward a policy for council to consider later this year. Bless you.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, Mark, I'm confused a little bit when the alternate here, although it's not a recommendation, what could be done in 8 weeks that would be different if we said tonight we would go with the recommendation? Is it a matter of we have money that's left over that's still in the account that has not yet been expended?
So we do have money allocated. So there is money allocated to fund programs for this year. So the program would normally launch earlier this year, but due to staff shortages, we just haven't been able to get that off the ground yet. So it would require a big lift.
So that's really what you're saying, is that we have not yet launched. And if we make a decision, we need to be aware of the timeline, which can't be met because we've lost the staff person. And it's going to be very complicated to even ramp this up. So you're asking in the recommendation for a 2-year pause.
Absolutely. Yes.
Not going through the process this year or next year.
Correct.
And the funding would not go to the NGOs as outlined in your slides.
Right.
And then we would come back and evaluate it pre-28, 29. Is that correct?
Yes. And ideally in that case, we are more capable of administering the program and the city's in a better financial position overall. So, but yes.
Thanks, Mark.
Of course.
Shannon's got something.
Just to clarify, those organizations have already received that funding.
Mhm.
Those events are happening now until June 30th.
Right.
This funding that we're talking about would have to be dispersed by June 30th for events happening next fiscal year. So that they have received their funding.
Yeah, I understand. This is about the process to do the 27, 28 budget or 26, 27 budget.
And yes, for events in the following fiscal year.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Our heads are all about fiscal dates and end of year, and 26, 27 budget year is what we're talking about.
All righty. Any other questions? All right, we'll take it out for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Just ask that you maybe stand up to the left of the podium if able and willing, or you can stay seated and identify yourself by raising your hand. So I saw 2 takers in the chamber. Anybody else? All right, we'll go ahead and cut it off to those 2 speakers in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 1 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Hello, everybody. Antoinette Saylor. I'm with Whalefest Monterey, and we thank you very much for your contribution to Whalefest 2026, coming up in just about 6 weeks. Please take a look at it if you haven't been to it. You might see what we're doing with your money. Actually, look at the media. We're spending a good chunk of your money, your contribution, to promote the event. And it's a good thing we promote the event because the event attracts people, and not just local people, but people from all over. You guys like numbers, don't you? Let me give you some numbers. It's based on some assumptions, and I don't want to bore you with every step in this calculation. I'll be happy to sit down with any of you to go over it. But let's make some assumptions. We take surveys during the event, and last year we had a little over 1,000 respondents. If you just assume 10% of all people who attended and answered the survey, and that's a pretty high number, we would have had about 10,000 people. You know, I should add, it's a free event. There's no admission. We're not selling any tickets. There's nobody who can count how many people come. We can only guess. So it's a good guesstimate over 2 days, 7 hours a day. We know from our surveys about 80% of the people who attend know about the event. They're not just stumbling across it. So I figured, well, what happens to all these people? How do they spend their money here? And I got hold of visitor statistics from Monterey 2024. So people who come from out of town and spend money on hotels and also on other purchases. The share of Whalefest attendees from outside Monterey County is 39.2%. So that's what, 3,920. And using the information from Monterey, this would account to about $930,000 in hotel revenue, a few other bits of other revenues, total spent on overnight Whalefest attendees by overnight Whalefest attendees, $957,000. And yeah, and your share on the hotel rooms based on the information from Monterey would be $89,000 in TOT revenue for Monterey County. And the city of Monterey share of taxes is 28%. That's $24,871 for money. And some of the additional taxes this generates in local taxes, $1,900. It comes to a total benefit of $26,785. That's a return on investment of 536%. Not bad for $5,000. My time is up, but think about what these events actually mean to the city. Not just it's not just a community event. People come from all over to see it.
Thank you.
How's it going? I wasn't going to say anything on this, but it's just interesting because you hear a lot of people say that government should cut programs and do all this to, balance the budget. And that's exactly what you're doing, which is cutting really good community programs. And people should be aware of that. I don't know if people are. I'm going to post this on Nextdoor and make sure that those people up there will recognize that you guys are making really hard decisions that are actually going to impact the community. I don't think people realize it. So I think that's it. But I am going to share that around. I think that's really, just get them to shut up a little bit on there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom. Our caller.
Yes, we have a telephone caller. You can unmute yourself and you can go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wendy Brickman, and I'm very disappointed and concerned by your decision to cancel event grants for at least 2 years, especially hearing what Ed said, that there's money left over. Monterey's festivals and events are not simply entertainment. They are economic engines and cultural touchstones that help define who we are as a community. Long-running events, and this was amazing when I thought of it, that have disappeared include the Monterey Scottish Games and Celtic Festival, 50 years, Monterey Cowboy Festival, 20 years, Monterey International Blues Festival, 27 years, Monterey Bay Greek Festival, 30 years, Artichoke Festival is ending after 65 years, along with many others, all gone. Without grants, events that might otherwise take place at our beautiful Monterey County Fairgrounds or at the Custom House Plaza in the city of Monterey will not happen. Current events still persevering, such as the 93rd Festa Italia, the Wharf Birthday Party, Whalefest Monterey, and others will be forced to cut back on advertising, programming, and the experiences they offer the public, both locals and tourists. Taking away funds is just not a great idea. It's not that much money. And the consequences are real and measurable, as Antoinette just said. Fewer hotel room nights, reduced restaurant and retail revenue, dramatic decline in local, regional, and national publicity that I know generates millions upon millions of impressions and attracts visitors who support our tourism economy. Even if they don't come to the event, they're reminded, oh, Monterey's so beautiful, I should come stay over. So I respectfully urge the council to reconsider the freeze on event grants to sustain Monterey's long-standing events. Preserving these festivals protects livelihoods, honors Monterey's cultural heritage, and keeps vital revenue flowing to our local businesses. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. I'm just going to ask for a little bit of brevity here, council. We have one more item to get to before we go to closed session. So with that, who wants to start us off? Please.
So this item I supported a while back to make sure that we didn't entirely cut it when this came up in the context of the budget, because I see the importance of the events and the organizations that are putting these important events for our community. But I think our conversation here is not about how important these events are to our communities, but rather how do we address paying for them and not necessarily paying them, paying for the events, because really what we're offering here as a city to these organizations, it's really a support for a fraction of the cost that it takes to put on these events. I see the challenges for us, in trying to really figure out how do we come up with a plan that allows us to move forward with a healthy financial situation. So I'm going to go ahead and support this item. But I would also like to see if maybe there's appetite from my colleagues here to, instead of doing it a 2-year pause, maybe just pause it for 26, 27, and then come back and revisit that opportunity. So I'm curious to hear what others have to say.
Who would like to go next? Dr. Barber?
Okay, good. So first of all, I can appreciate what you said, because I'm with you as far as the importance of it. I feel that these events are very important to our community. So, and I don't think that's what this vote is about. It's not about whether we think it's important. We know it's important to our community, and we know everything that our community is doing and putting these events on. And we know how it impacts the hotel nights and all of the tourist activities. But it is looking at our budget and having to make some hard choices. So I would be open to your suggestion of looking at 26, 27 instead of 2 years. I would be open to that, because then that way we're still being able to see what happens even after the vote that comes up in November and in June. I think we had to have everything in by June for the other pieces, and seeing how they come out. And so if we pause it for 26, 27, that gives us time to see how things kind of play out, to be able to see what we can do, and being able to look and see what 27, 28 would look like. So I would be open to that.
Who wants to go next?
Yep. So under the alternative, staff has offered us an alternative, an 8-week examination. I'm just wondering, from a legal standpoint, would staff come back and recommend that there is a way to do this streamlined so that we are not having to do it in the long drawn out process. We spend about 17,000 plus on personnel costs, and then it's $50,000 awarded. Some of it was not awarded. So there's no cost associated with what amount is there from the history. It sounds like it's maybe about $47,000. But if staff was to come back and make a recommendation, would it be legal to recommend that we stay with the same award amounts to the same group and not go out to bid? It's a legal question. Are we required to go out to an application process, or could we just say we're going to repeat the same award to the same groups and not go through a process, which saves money?
Could I just jump in real quick? Because my assumption is that everybody would have to reapply, because sometimes it's a one-off. Usually it's a one-off event, or we can't make an assumption that we're funding the same thing next year. So I'm assuming that they would have to apply again for us to even consider granting that funding.
Yeah, so the application would be to the specific ones that were award recipients from last year, and it's simply, yes, we would ask for the same amount of money again. So I want to hear a legal. I haven't been fulfilled in terms of the legal process, and if there's a way to come back with an alternative that says we don't have to do it so complicated and make it so complicated that it's 100 hours of staff time.
If I'm understanding the question correctly, I think you're just asking to change the policy on how grants are awarded
Well,
and the procedure.
Is there a requirement that we have to go through the process we go through now?
Based on our adopted policies, yes, but the policies are allowed to be changed.
But we would have to come back with a policy consideration and change that policy.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else have a comment? That's correct.
Oh, it's miserable, isn't it? These are really hard. I regret that we even have to talk about it. My apologies to Wendy and the woman here. Yes. The only consolation is we're an equal opportunity eliminator of these supports if we do it. I don't know what else to do, but to take staff's advice. And we have asked staff to come back with ideas for bringing down the budget. And we have to look at small ones. We have to look at big ones. So I'm most comfortable with the staff's advice. I'm sure it's miserable for them too.
Did you want to add something?
Or make a motion?
Yeah, I'll jump in quickly here. I feel that nonprofits, I tell people this all the time, nonprofits do the work that I think oftentimes the government should be doing. The government is the best space where we all have a voice, where we all can work together, and nonprofits oftentimes fill that gap. And nothing's going to stop that from the decision that we're making today. If anything, we're actually asking our nonprofits to do more with less, which is in fact the problem that the city is having, is to do more with less, and figuring out how to balance our budget. One of the things that I just wanted to provide feedback on, and I just remember this being part of the conversation when I first got onto the council, specifically about this program, is my understanding is that the intent of it was to offer support for newer organizations or kind of newer events to help them get established and off the ground. And so I think that maybe as staff is pondering how to redraft the program, maybe we keep that piece in mind, because I do think it's important that we provide those opportunities, but be careful not to allow too much dependent on the city's budget. We're dealing with this issue now, but there's nothing that precludes additional financial issues in the future. In fact, I think that the environment around our budget and the budgets of public agencies is only going to be more complex and competitive moving forward into the future. So maybe something to keep in mind as far as a value set as we look to redraft there. And as my colleagues have said, I wish we could do more. But at the end of the day, we have to make the tough decisions. This is not an easy decision by any stretch of the mean, and it's our obligation to make sure that we can get a balanced budget passed. So with that, I'll go ahead and pass it back over to Councilmember Smith for the motion.
Yeah, I want to make a motion, and then there may be some comments. My motion is to accept the staff's recommendations to pause the program for 1 year, and in January, mid-year of the 26-27 budget, report back to the council with a status report where they would offer a revised policy to move forward and for consideration for picking it back up the following year for budget.
All right, is there a second on the motion?
Second, if I'm understanding that correctly. Yes, second.
Okay,
Because you said
first
1
and
year,
second, and
right?
I see
1 year.
See the city manager has some comments here.
Yes, Mayor, if I ask for clarification. So we would not expend this year's allocation, and we would not include this program in next year's budget.
My understanding is that the funding has already been allocated for this year.
For this year.
Right.
But then we just would we would not have the program budgeted in our 26-27 budget.
And then you would reconsider in the middle of that year, depending on the finances.
In the middle of fiscal year.
Nat, does that work for you?
Yeah, I think part of the clarity, the confusion is the 50,000 is budgeted in this current fiscal year 25-26. And, and
right.
so
We're
it,
doing
it is a
the same-
2-year pause. We're asking to request, right, to pause this year's because we don't have the staff to administer it. Usually the month of March is when we would start to issue requests for proposals from community groups to give funding. And we would give the funding this fiscal year for programs next fiscal. We're asking to pause that as well as plan, since we're developing the budget for 26-27, to say, let's take a pause also for next year and not budget for it since we're in the fiscal crisis we're in.
So could I offer this? We don't have a proposed budget yet. And so I think there's a little bit of threading the needle that we can do here to the extent of, let's see what the proposed budget looks like. And if we're having to grasp at straws of a project, of a program that's $50,000, then we can maybe bring that back up again when we're looking at the budget. So
Of which time of the budget?
for 26-27. So when our budget comes back, when staff presents the budget for 26-27, maybe we re-engage on this topic to see if we're really needing to pull funding from 26-27. But at least we're focused on the immediate crisis, which is pausing the program so that we're not having to go out for funding that's been allocated for this year, which will be expended next fiscal year.
So what I'm hearing, Mayor, is you're suggesting that we pause this year's, but table the decision on whether to fund SESP for 26-27 until we actually have the budget discussion.
That's correct.
With council. And then also we're going to be talking about staffing because we have the staffing, not just the hard dollars, but also the indirect costs that go into supporting the program.
100%.
Okay.
Okay, so it really achieves what I'm after, which is not expending the $50,000, not doing a process for receiving applications for the next year. And I'm okay with us looking at it in this budget year, but my thinking was we evaluated in mid-year of 26-27 budget to then offer tweaks to a policy as we are front-loading the next budget year of 27-28. We would be in the process by January, February, developing a policy and then making a determination if we eliminate or pause again. I think it accomplishes it the same way. I think this budget year we look at it.
I would just offer one variation to that, which I think gets exactly to what you're saying, in that we'll discuss it when the budget is proposed. And if we decide that it's not going to be funded, there's no point of even talking about it mid-year because it's not part of the budget, unless we want to bring it back. And let's say the budget forecast for the fiscal year happens to look better in January, maybe we can have that discussion around bringing it back. But I think it's, at that point, it might be almost a little too late, because then if we're expected to bring back that position on the position control list and have that person on the team in time to actually execute the program. So I think that the perfect time to discuss this is when the budget is brought back, and let's see where that goes, and then we'll go from there.
So the timing of the applications is key. But what we're saying with this motion, if it passes, is that there would be no expenditure of the $50,000 in this budget year.
Mm-hmm.
And there would be no process for requests for applications during the next couple of months.
That's correct.
And I think that achieves what we're after. And then in late April, May, we would be talking about the topic again.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the topic would not be about changing our mind. It would be about the go forward.
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, there was a second, so I think you seconded,
Mm-hmm.
but I think maybe you propose a modification, then I'll restate what that modification is for my motion.
Okay, the modification of what he just said.
Yeah, that part. So if you all agree with that concept, I'll repeat the motion if it's generally agreed to what we just talked about.
Yeah, and I think for Clementine's benefit.
Go ahead.
So
Do you need clarification what we're talking about?
I would love if you said it one more time. I think
Yeah.
I get it, but
So the motion is to approve staff recommendation with the tweak that we'll remove the 27-28 suspension and just leave it to 26-27, and then we'll discuss the 27-28 when we get ready to talk about Oh, no, I killed it. I'm sorry. Let me start that again. I apologize.
Yeah.
It's a 25-26. So we'll suspend the 25-26 funding. So it's this year's allocation.
Yeah.
And then we'll re-engage in the 26-27 when we discuss the budget
Right.
in a few weeks.
That's it.
Yeah.
In a
So
few weeks.
Thought the original motion, except just with this new potential tweak of not revisiting it if you decide not to put it in the budget?
Well, so the original motion was what I was originally trying to say, which is why I had to correct myself.
Okay.
The original motion was to just do 26-27 and not do 27-28, but that doesn't address the immediate need of stopping the program for the funding allocated for this year.
Clementine, I think the only change is that I was talking about a mid-year review
Yes.
in January. Forget that.
Forget the mid-year review. Okay.
And so we're going to be reviewing in April or May of this year, the topic. And that's about all we can say.
I think we got it. I'm going to go.
I'm looking at her to make sure she's got it.
I'm
Yes.
looking at multiple staff, and I think collectively we've got this figured out.
Okay.
Any last comments on the motion?
No.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we're going to go on to item 7, and I'm just going to ask staff to do a super condensed presentation if we may. Oh, it's Mark. Of course, it's going to be short and brief. I appreciate you, Mark.
You're on the line.
You all too. That was a great exercise just now. Okay, so is it okay if I go ahead and proceed, Lou? Are you comfortable? All right. Sorry about that. Trying to help us out here.
Good.
So we are recommending that we basically have 2 waitlisted cannabis applicants that have the opportunity to apply right now before you. We can bring them back if you so choose, and we could potentially move on and open 2 more cannabis businesses in the city. However, staff is recommending that we do not do that we take a pause for about 6 months and get a better understanding of the market situation. Right now, we're seeing, according to the businesses themselves, about 70% resident versus 30% tourist in terms of the market, which indicates that we might have kind of close to saturation in this area already. We did just have our second store open recently, and we are looking at another store opening in Pacific Grove as well. So before we create a more, let's say, dynamic market space in the city, our recommendation is that we take a pause, see how that works out, get our other business that just opened up and running and comfortable. And then if council wants to go back at that time and add more potential cannabis operators, then we can do a new RFP to bring in whoever we decide, or we can put it out there and we can decide on who that will be at that point. Hopefully that helps make sense. And I'm here for questions because
Awesome.
it is a
Thank
little.
you, Mark, for the presentation. Questions from the council, please. Any
Aren't
questions?
the business people themselves as
Questions?
No.
sensitive to the saturation as we are? I mean, I would think as business people, they're even more in tune than council or staff.
Yes. So, Councilmember Ash, I appreciate you bringing that up. So I did have conversations with both active businesses, and I did alert the 2 waitlisted applicants that this would be our recommendation last week. So trying to put all out there, make sure everyone's involved in understanding. And I did not receive a response from one of them, but I will tell you that one of them did respond on the waitlisted applicants, I'm sorry, and said, I can see where it might make sense. I just want to understand what the process was. So even the waitlisted applicants, these folks are all watching the market everywhere across the state. They're very tapped in. They have really good market research. And even those folks on the wait list I don't think they're saying, please don't take us, but I think they are saying like, okay, not a crazy idea to maybe wait and see. So.
Well, then my follow-up question is, we've waitlisted the 2 remaining businesses, and I feel some obligation that they hold their place in line. So if we pause it, but then we have to open it up for requests for proposals, right?
Yeah, so that's the nature of our ordinance. Our ordinance is written so that the waitlist expired on January 1st of this year. So the way we have proceeded with that is we did invite those 2 applicants prior to that time period. So they were invited on December 1st. So the rest of the waitlist, in effect, expired at that point. So you do have the opportunity to consider those 2 still. If we did decide, though, to take a full 6-month pause, we're not going to consider them, then our suggestion or our interpretation is that we will have to reach back out at that time and open it back up, at which point they're also welcome to reapply, of course.
But right now they have a priority
They do.
position.
Yes, that is correct.
that I would think they're interested in protecting, and I would want to protect them because they've followed the rules, they've played by the game, they've applied, they've waited, they've been patient. I mean, is any of this making business sense or?
It makes sense to me. That's your discretion as a council member.
Mm.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
Could you maybe share a little bit of context in terms of how the 4 points that are on the report came about? Revenue saturation, 1, 2, external competition, 3, reevaluating zoning, 4, safety impacts.
Sure, absolutely.
Who was involved in identifying those 4 points? How did that discussion come about?
Yeah, I believe I was the one who initiated the 4 kind of points, and then we as staff worked collectively to refine it and make sure it made sense and make sure everyone was in agreement on our side before, proposing a formal recommendation here. Let's see. So I can go point by point if you wish, just briefly. So 2 higher ranking cannabis businesses were unable to open. So as you're aware, in that case, we did have 2 zones, the North Fremont Street area and the Cannery Row district. We did have 2, we had our number 1 ranked applicant and our, I believe, number 3 ranked applicant, but one of our another member of the top 4, these businesses were vetted and by the council had already been deemed to be sort of the best in this situation. And they were unable to even get a business open in the amount of time required. And that included a 6-month extension. So the point we're making here is that these folks did not see viability, especially in the North Fremont area. That's what they expressed to us almost immediately, simply because, as we all know, Seaside, Delray Oaks, there's plenty of options for cannabis right there on that border. And then to point number 2, so the 70% locals. So we're seeing like if these folks are 70% local, and we were predicting that we would have more of a tourism kind of flow there, whether it be, we just didn't see 70% coming. That's a pretty strong indicator that they're heavily reliant on the people that are already here and not the people that are passing through. There's a lot of reasons for that. I'm sure. I mean, they have to pass by. If you come from Marina, you pass by like a dozen cannabis shops on the way here, right? So there's that. And frankly, if that's the case, that kind of moves right into the next point with Pacific Grove. I would say that, our business that's on Lighthouse right now is probably very anxious to see what happens with that Pacific Grove business, since they're 70% local. I'm sure that a huge chunk of their local population comes from the Pacific Grove area, since they're the closest ones to that side. So looking at how is that going to impact them, we're not trying to make a prediction that this is going to definitely ruin the market or do something, that creates a bad situation. However, what we're asking for is to wait and see before we throw another business or 2, especially into the mix, to complicate the matter more, if you will. And then, the last point, the permitting process has been extremely time consuming. That's just a fact here with this. So this has taken a tremendous amount of my time, the city attorney's time for sure, other members of our staff that have had to be part of this. It's in the current staffing situation, it is difficult to keep up with this. This is a very litigious group of folks. We've had multiple public records requests that take hours and hours of staff time to provide. It's a lot of redacting and providing documents. And then going through the process of getting them up and running, 2 more up and running, it will be time intensive. So the point there being not that we can't do it, but that it will take time away from other programs potentially that are going to suffer instead. So I hope that's helpful. It's longer than I wanted.
Being from scratch on these last 2.
Exactly. Yes. I mean, other than the fact that they've been vetted, right? So it is easier, to your point. They do have the priority, as you said. So we don't have to go through that whole RFP process. The RFP process will be more time consuming in theory, but we would potentially have more time to consider that in the future. And we'll have a better idea of, do we really want it? Is the juice worth the squeeze, as I always like to say? In this case, we're looking at a market that we're not exactly sure about. We'll have a better sense 6 months from now.
I could say something else like the smoke and the high versus the.
Sorry.
Okay. So, I notoriously voted no for everything marijuana, but now we're into the policy, and now we're talking about, what's best for considering a go forward. I'm really struck by the fact that I think 6 months ago, staff came to council and asked for a pause. and you were not able to get the pause, but these licensees, time-wise, expired at January, but nothing's happened with the two that are on the wait list. They have not been able to locate an acceptable place in the district that they are assigned to be able to rent. So I think the conditions are changing, and I'm struck with the observation of Pacific Grove opening. We have one that's already on Lighthouse in New Monterey, and then one of the wait lists is assigned to Wave Street. And so if something happens with the saturation that impacts the Lighthouse market, then we need to be in a position to say, why are we going to assign something in Wave Street when it's so close to Lighthouse? So this gives us a pause to let the market figure itself out a bit, and also come back in 6 months. And then if the council still thinks that they want to go with additional two in the districts that we originally assigned, then we could go forward with an RFP. So I think the 6 months serves a purpose to pause.
Okay, perfect. And we're just going to keep this to questions for now, and then we'll do deliberation afterwards. I do have a question though before we go to public comment. Do we have any data reports, anything that kind of helps support or validate the claim of oversaturation?
I think the 70%, 30% breakdown is kind of all I'm leaning on for that. We're not going to know for Element 7, are the business that just opened. They just opened, I believe, December, if I remember correctly, but it's very recent. It's hard to tell. I know just anecdotally, it's slow going is my understanding. However, I can say that we'll be able to have and collect more data in that time. It's hard right now though. So
okay, I think it would be helpful when staff comes back to show any data related to that. Have we heard from off the charts in regards to any impact of the new business coming online and a drop in sales? Like any indication of any change in their performance?
The early indicators are no change, is my understanding. I don't want to necessarily, I'm not the representative, but that is what I understood by talking to them.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all my questions for now. So thank you, Mark, again for the presentation and answering those questions. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? I see one taker. I see two takers. If you all wouldn't mind just kind of standing up to the left of the podium, that would be great. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, I'll leave it to those two speakers in the chamber. So we'll go ahead and cut it off there. And then I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Hello again. This is fun. I'm having fun. I'm a business owner. I have a little IT business, and I applied for a business license here, and I got it no problem. I know it's not the cannabis business, but there's a few other IT businesses around here that I would say are competitors, but I'm working closely with them too. I'm trying to, but it also is making me think really creatively and really hard to try to grow my part of the business here, and because I have the opportunity to do it with my business license right here. So I think, I mean, really good job. You're working your butt off. And I know like you're under a lot of pressure to come up with the statistics behind it. I just think that you should just let them figure it out as business owners. They're really smart. They'll get it done. And then you might have 2 booming businesses or 3 or 4, and then you're making extra cash, tax revenue here, which is great. And if one of them fails because it, is too saturated, then you're back to 1. Hopefully both don't fail. That would be a risk. But it might be worth the risk, potentially, in my mind. You have to make the decision. That was my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justin.
Hello, Councilman. My name is Jenna Patton. I'm a longtime Monterey resident and a local business owner with Monterey Organics. I respectfully urge the council to reconsider the proposal of the 180-day pause on awarding the 2 available cannabis licenses. With only one store operating for most of the past year, there isn't enough data to justify a delay, especially when tourism is present along with the revenue potential. A 6-month pause risks lost tax dollars, fewer jobs, and sends the wrong message to investors while the neighboring cities benefit. I ask you to honor the original plan for 4 operations and award the licenses today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patton. All right, with that, we'll go to our caller on Zoom.
Yes, this is Chris. Chris, you can unmute and then go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, thanks. Appreciate everyone's time. I have a few things I'd like to bring up. So I was the one who actually emailed Mark saying, I did see why this could be paused, but I said right after that, unless it became or there was an event that the pause caused us to lose our license, of course, right? Like I understand the city taking the time to evaluate the scenario. However, all of these applicants that are in the business right now have been in it for years, and they're well aware of the saturation in this market. The markets, Santa Cruz, Seaside, Monterey County, has been the most saturated market for half a decade. No one applied here unknowingly that this was a saturated market, right? Our pro formas that we submitted on the business application for the RFP should have reflected that saturation, and ours did. We have a business in Santa Cruz and one in Monterey County. I was unaware until a week ago that this was under consideration. I was never informed that this was a possibility, and we've never looked for a site or a new location. We've been on pause. So we have not had the opportunity to move forward and to do what we came to do what we paid to do. I mean, we've spent tens of thousands of dollars to end up in this position, and 2 of the people that were vetted, or 2 of the applicants that were vetted, did not perform, right? They weren't able to do it. Culture, they've sold all their assets. In fact, Element 7 is in receivership right now, and you guys are relying on them to open. They're in a year from now, you don't even know if Element 7 will exist. And that's not the point of this conversation. I'm saying from a fair standpoint, like we've waited our turn. We got vetted. We spent tens of thousands of dollars, and everyone that submitted applications to you guys in one is well aware of the market saturation. 6 months from now, the market is no better. The city of Monterey predicted $200,000 in tax revenue. You have 80. Only half of the businesses opened. You got about half the tax revenue, and only half of the businesses opened. Off the charts is likely going to win the Pacific Grove license. They were 8 of the 10 lottery applications. Their business is not going to be affected by the Pacific Grove opening. Anyway, I appreciate all of your time. We're all aware of the market saturation, and I respect your guys' decision tonight.
That would close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Thanks for all those that spoke during public comment. Let's start off with this.
In reading this report, it did come a little bit as a surprise to me to hear what the staff recommendation is. I know that there has been some communication, some challenges that businesses and staff have had to navigate through. But for me, in what I have followed, the information that I have followed, it doesn't amount to pausing this. That's why my question about the 4 different points in the report, I don't think a prediction really is enough to merit a pause. We can only assume what might or might not happen in PG. I understand the challenges around staff, but I see these businesses no different than other businesses. Yes, it does bring additional details and complexities, but nonetheless, these are businesses that we should be trying to support within a process that we set up. So that to me also, it doesn't translate into needing to pause. There was nothing offered relating to safety, which was one of the points. I mean, there's really nothing there for me. Nothing around zoning. And I think it's important also to clarify or make the distinction that sure, there was a business or maybe two businesses that that didn't, I think it was stated, didn't find a location that was adequate. And I don't think that's the case. I think the businesses selected not to move forward with the locations that were available. That doesn't mean, in my opinion, doesn't mean that another business can't come in and make it pencil out. So I'm just not finding the convincing points to move forward with a pause on this. So I'm not going to support the item.
Who would like to go next?
Oh.
Please.
So for me, I'm listening to all the different pieces, even the two businesses that are on the waiting list at this time. And yes, we definitely appreciate you going through the vetting process, doing what you had to do to get on there. But conditions have changed. Just like a lot of times we plan on one thing, but something else happens. And so to me, with looking at the conditions of PG opening up to cannabis licensing, that's a big difference, that especially for the Wave Street property. Wave Street, Lighthouse, and PG are literally right there by each other. And so and if you're looking at 70% of what we have right now, the data that we have right now, 70% of the business coming from local, then that's going to be all chopped up between what's happening there with 70%. That's a big chunk of the business that's going to be impacted. And so that's something that needs to be considered as far as I'm concerned. When you're looking at the 180 days, it's not saying it's not going to happen. It's saying that you're able to kind of go back and look at some things. And I think 3 out of 4, the revenue saturation would be able to be looked at and see exactly where it is at that time. The external competition, like we were talking about specifically with Pacific Grove opening up to cannabis licensing, and then the reevaluating of the zoning to see which areas have more available parcels. I think all 3 of those are valid, in which we could be able to see, or what the staff could be able to see in 180 days. So this is something I would support.
Yeah, so I support the staff's recommendation because there's a lot of moving parts. This is a complicated industry. And I think this is happening all over the state, where the sales are not what they expected. You know, businesses frequently have adjustments, but at issue here is that we've had 2 on a wait list, which were qualified and vetted, but they were never able to execute because they couldn't find the location that they desired, but they actually desired a location that they were not qualified for to go. So the council went through a process of selecting 4 districts, distinct districts based on validity. And the first 2 that opened were assigned to those districts, and the other 2 were never able to execute leases or take advantage of the opportunity to take the districts that they were assigned. So I don't think anything is going to change unless we have a pause and we open this back up and advertise the 2 available districts. We're talking about North Fremont, and we're talking about something in the Cannery Row, Wave, Foam Street. And we won't know if there's a viable candidate for those locations until we go out to open that opportunity up. And the 6-month pause would give staff an opportunity to recalibrate, get ready for that, go back. This action tonight is not saying that we want to go back from 4 to 2. We're just simply saying we want to allow staff to have 6 months to evaluate the 2 remaining for the districts that were assigned by this council. And that 6 months would give an opportunity to see what happens in Pacific Grove, see what happens with the success of business with the one that newest opened in December, and see how stable the one on Lighthouse is going to remain. And then in that 6 months, this council could come back up and say, okay, it's time to open it up again and go out to see what the interest is. And the 2 that are there could certainly reapply, and they've already been vetted, so that process would be faster for them. So I support the staff report.
Interesting. I think we created a policy that we should stick with. We put it out to vendors and got the response. I think it's unfair to pause it without enough of the data. I'm with Council Member Garcia on this. I think the 2 should be allowed to make their professional judgments about the market conditions. I think they're capable of deciding the risk that they want to take. Better than us, I believe. So I'm not in favor of this. I could find a middle ground as long as the 2 companies were retained as at the top of the list or only on the list. So that would be a 180-day pause, but then we go back to the 2 that are in line. And I'm not even sure I like that idea. I think we should just follow the policy we created and let business fall where it is.
I'm torn. I hear both sides. I have some additional questions first, though. Do we have a sense of how much revenue to date the city has received from moving forward with retail cannabis in the city?
Well, I can tell you that if I'm okay to talk about it, I believe I can. We're looking at roughly $20,000 a month is what I've heard from our finance team recently, is what we've been getting. So I don't know about the $80,000 number, and that was maybe some online database that he was referring to. But internally, what we've been seeing is about an average of $20,000, and that's what we're using to make our budget expended or revenue projection for next year.
So 250,000, more or less, somewhere around there for the fiscal year is what we're projecting.
I don't want to confirm unless I have the numbers in front of me, but
it is.
Yeah,
and it's in the agenda report. Yes, we're on target with revenue of 200,000 for.
That sounds 200,000
for the fiscal year. And it does change. As you may recall, when we did the study with the HDL before we launched cannabis, the thought was we were going to have a higher turnout or higher demand on Cannery Row area, Wave Street and Foam Street in particular, because of tourism. And that was going to bring in the sheer majority of the revenue for the city. That clearly hasn't really panned out even for Lighthouse. And with the top 2 unable to, or the higher ranked cannabis operators unable to open on Wave Street and Foam Street, that became challenging, I think, for those operators. And there was even a site, I don't know if I can speak to this, that was fairly close to the aquarium, and the aquarium had major concerns about it being too close to where the students have their student program. So
if I could just jump on that, didn't the aquarium have time to provide public comment when we created the maps?
They did.
Okay.
They did, absolutely. So that's just background on that site. And then North Fremont, there's another site too that they weren't able to. But
okay,
sure.
Anything else on that one?
Well, I was just going to add, I mean, the culture, as was already referred to by name, was the entity that was going to be opening over there by Cannery Row. It wasn't because they weren't trying. They did have a lease in place. They were planning to open. They were taking all the appropriate steps from our perspective. I was in constant contact with them. They had their lease pulled out from under them on the last day, is what they were like, what they relayed to us. They were very upset about that. As part of the reason we gave them the 6-month extension. So these aren't businesses that were not trying. They were trying to find ways to do it, and they were unsuccessful. In theory, they were maybe more equipped to do so just because of how we ranked them. That is how we viewed them, but that might not be the case. And I just want to make that point clear. That's all.
And then the 120 to 80-day pause. What can the staff, the city expect in regards to us doing the pause for 100 days? What are we going to see at the end of the 180 days?
Well, my hope is that we'll be able to see a good breadth of time now for our newest operator and how that's going. We could also speak to safety concerns. In this case, I can just go ahead and say, and the chief can correct me if I'm wrong, but we have had no significant or any real issues with these businesses as of yet. However, Element 7 has opened up in a part of town that maybe was previously subject to more of that kind of activity where something, we don't know. We'll have time to look though and see how's it playing out in terms of that. In terms of revenue, we'll be able to talk to them, understand like, okay, what are you seeing? Is Element 7 seeing a different market? Are their early indications are very early and they're low, but they're looking at maybe they are getting more of the tourism side on that piece. So right now we just don't know. And it's a little, the challenge is we want these businesses to be healthy and we want to maximize the tax revenue for the city. However, are we creating a space where we are actually getting more tax revenue, or are we just having a strained amount of tax revenue we're basically capped at, like we're maxed out, and these businesses are all just fighting each other to get that until 1, 2, 3 drop off. So that's kind of the line we're trying to toe here. We're trying to be very thoughtful about it, of course. And hopefully PG will have their store either identified or open. Seems ambitious, but maybe they will have it opened. If it is OTC as indicated off the charts, they were very quick to open on our end, and the others took 2 full years almost to not be able to do it. So
Okay.
Question?
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Do we do that with any other businesses? The saturation? I mean, an alcohol store.
Sure. I do not. I don't know.
I mean, we the city.
Right. No, I understand. I don't know.
He does for alcohol.
Sure. That makes sense.
What is that?
Well, ABC, Alcohol Beverage Control,
Uh-huh.
would look at the number of alcohol providers of licenses within an area. So
Okay.
there is that is a regulated industry.
We just have so much more control over the cannabis side locally, at least.
And that's regulated not by the city, but by a board overseen by the state?
Well, it ultimately would come to the city and we would have an opportunity to make comments about whether or not it's an oversaturation of alcohol locations in a condensed area. But generally, I don't know of any other industry, and we've got a zoning expert here, but I don't know of any other industry that has the level of scrutiny that the marijuana industry does, because it's a state regulated industry too.
Mm-hmm.
I think our staff has some additional comments to add here.
Yeah.
So
Just a point of clarification, cities can establish regulations, establishing maximum numbers. City of Carmel does that for a series of uses. The city of Monterey does not, except in terms of cannabis.
Okay. Did you have anything else to your question there?
No.
Okay.
It's, it is ironical. Had I been on the council a few years ago as an attorney, I would have said, wait till it's federally approved and get it smoother. And, but we are down the line and we are begging businesses to start in our city and, wanting a thriving economy.
And I would have welcomed that vote a couple of years ago. Would have said, let's wait.
I know.
Can I ask a question of Mark? And I know we're
Please.
time constrained. Mark, your staff report includes the nugget of the wait list expired in January of 2026.
Yes,
So we're already in a position of being expired.
correct.
And your staff report says recommending a 180-day pause. At the end of that 6 months, we would be looking at opening the door again for a process.
Correct.
So
anything we
we
want to,
don't
yeah.
have we have a wait list, but what would happen? You'd have to come back to us to say, extend it for another period of time.
Well, we would then come back and say, this is what we see as the market, and try to get guidance from council to say whether or not you all have the appetite to, okay, we want to welcome 2 more now. And at that case, then we can open up the RFP process, which ideally would go a little more smoothly, being the second round of it.
Yeah, second round.
Right.
And so that's really what you're asking for is it's already expired. You need some action from the council, whether we say open it back up in March or open it back up in 180 days.
Yes, basically we're just trying to get a better understanding of what this looks like, right?
Right.
But right now, the 2 vendors are at the top of the list.
They were invited, yes. So they were invited prior to the waitlist expiration.
Right.
So we are, as of this point in time, just because of council schedule, things like this, we are considering them still viable based on their waitlist status.
Right.
If we were to go forward, the understanding would be that we would go forward and, to Councilmember Ash's point, open up a new RFP for all new without taking into account these 2 vendors potentially.
Sorry.
If that's so decided.
Can I ask so
Sure.
it expired in January, but they're still being considered. So can you describe that for me?
They were invited to apply as per the ordinance in December, on December 1st. However, we did not have an opportunity to come to council we didn't have an opportunity to vet all of this and get it in that small amount of time.
And so when we reached out to them, did they reach back to the city and say that they were interested in moving forward?
Yes, they did. Absolutely.
Both of them.
Yes, they did.
So,
Yep.
that's what gives them the pathway of being able to move forward,
Exactly.
contingent on obviously our decision.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There'd be another, just to clarify. So if the council decides not to pause the program tonight, you still would have to approve these 2 waitlisted applicants to be permitted.
Okay.
Yes,
To
thank
then
you.
go forward. And just one other point. So the ordinance did require the city manager to extend an invitation to the waitlisted applicants. And so that was done, but the city code also gives the city council the authorization to cancel that at any time. And so that's been within the knowledge of all the applicants. It was made clear in the RFP process. So this isn't derailing or subverting the code in any way. This is a lawful option for you to consider.
We're not writing new policy.
Right,
So.
right.
Did you have anything else? Councilor?
No, and just
Thank you, Chris.
this was extended already for 6 months.
Correct.
And these were the 2 that were in a position to effectuate a lease.
No. So thank you for asking. So no, these 2 were not reached out to be given the opportunity until December 1st.
Okay.
So we have to approve them. Council has to approve them to proceed at that point. Then they will have that 1-year period to have the opportunity to effectuate a lease, as you say.
Okay.
And can we actually act on that tonight when it hasn't
I think
been in the
we
agenda?
agendized it.
Okay, so all we're acting on is pausing it.
And if we don't move forward with staff's recommendation tonight, when would that come back for council decision?
It's a fairly simple. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes. They were the top 2 ranked from the wait list side. Yes, they were number 5 and 6 on the wait list.
And they're the only 2 on the wait list.
There were 4, but they are the only 2 remaining now. Yes. So we had a total of 8. Now we're down to these 2.
And 5 and 6.
They were ranked 5 and 6. Yes. So this was Infinity Assets and Infinity Assets Monterey and Monterey Organic, who were both represented tonight. And yes, so for us, this is a simple task to come back. It's about finding the timing on the agenda. That's a planning issue for us.
Please.
Is there a middle ground? I mean, can we pause it for 180 days, but say we're not going to open it up? We have our wait list. We had that procedure. If we come back after the 180 days, that's still intact. I mean, is that even possible?
It would require a code amendment, I think. The current code, the way it's written, doesn't contemplate that. So right now, the code as written would contemplate either not proceeding, canceling the invitation to the 2 waitlisted, in which case, if you decide later you want to fill the 2 open zones, you can go out for a new RFP or change your policy at that time. But the way the code is written right now, there's not a pathway for that unless we make an amendment, which isn't a big deal. That could be done.
There was something I was going to ask.
Then we'd have to vote no on staff recommendation and then
Request that to be agendized.
back with a an amendment to allow us to pause for 180 days and keep the wait list. Something like that. Yeah. Something like that.
Well, I have one more question, then I'm gonna make some comments here. Councilmember Smith alluded to the council making a decision not to pause when staff came to us before, and I don't remember that. I mean, I remember before we started the process, there was a proposal from staff to not move forward with it, but I don't remember anything since then. Was there something?
I think Councilmember Smith was referring to the one you're referring to, which,
to-
believe it or not, was about 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
So time has really
It
flown.
was a request to
Yes.
pause it 180 days.
Yeah, but that
Yep.
was prior to us actually moving forward with the program at all.
Exactly. That was more related
So I
to
just
other
wanted to make
concerns.
sure, because it sounded like it was as if it happened recently, as if we in the middle of the process. And I was like, I don't remember that happening. But so I just thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna make some, thank you again, Mark. I'm gonna make some comments. Suffice it to say, I'm generally a believer in the free market, and I think it's a compelling argument made. Why are we treating them any different than any other business operating? So we've already committed to a process, and without something kind of like clearly harmful, I don't see why we would make a business decision that puts us in a bad light. That is, like the city can just arbitrarily just decide to remove a process just because it's not necessarily working the way that they want it. I mean, we kind of made that commitment. We've had tons of public discussion on this topic, and so I am moved by the arguments of the kind of the free market concept. Embark was alternatively, and this is kind of why I'm torn. Embark was our #1 ranked company, and they were the ones that got North Fremont. Perhaps, unfortunately, if the arguments that they said, which I haven't seen any data to help support that, but if the arguments that they're saying are true, then it was just an unfortunate consequence that they were in a district that maybe the least viable. But it's telling that our #1 ranked candidate, for the obvious reasons of their ability to run a cannabis business, didn't work out. So I'm torn between those points. But again, if we have both of the waitlisted businesses saying that they're willing to move forward, recognizing that there's been issues with those, why would we get in the way of that? And I think waiting 180 days doesn't really do anything towards showing viability. And it's kind of hard for me to see what really changes on the other side of this 6 months from now. I don't see how much more we gain in that time frame. The other thing I'm concerned about is when we have this conversation around competition and what that means, and in particular PG, if there is a time to strike and get a business in, particularly on the new Monterey side of town, wouldn't we want to get in there before PG so that they can establish their customer base? I mean, it just only seems to benefit the city of Monterey to move quicker on that and try that out. And again, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, right? But like, allow the free market to occur. And I think we're making pretty solid revenue based off of where we are right now. It would be nice to see it higher. And if there's an opportunity for that, I think we should execute on it. And again, I think the main point here is let's see if it works. We had 2 in each of those districts before. It didn't work with them. We have some compelling arguments to be made that they made their best effort, but why not test it out with somebody else and see if they can make it work in a way that those other businesses chose not to. So, and I'm actually going to make, well, no, I'm not going to make it. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to, actually, do we even need a motion if we're not going to move forward? Or just, is that helpful to staff? Actually, maybe my motion, well, I can't. Request staff bring back the waitlisted for future council action, for future council consideration, and not move forward with the cancellation or the pause based off of the staff recommendation. Does that work? That's my motion. So I just need a second on the motion, then we can open it up for discussion. And I see Councilmember Smith wants to jump in.
Yeah, what we're trying to do is fix something. We don't have a viable wait list because it expired. So if your motion is to ask the attorney to come back and amend the wait list policy and reinstitute the wait list, that keeps the two that are on there on a new list. Is that what you're trying to do?
I think maybe if staff can clarify, it might help.
But you made the motion, so I'm trying to understand your
Yeah, but I
motion.
think staff is in agreement with that. My motion is agreeable, but I just want to make sure that they communicate, clarify for you, maybe where there might be some
All right,
confusion.
I'll stand by for the lawyer.
Okay. So it's been with us 20 years.
I'm always standing by for a lawyer.
It does sound confusing. So there was a wait list with 4 candidates on there. Because there's only 2 spaces available, the 2 dropped off. The code required us to extend an invitation to the 2 that were on the list, which was done before the expiration of the wait list. And so that is still open. And we'll come back to you for the permits to be awarded to them potentially, unless if you were to stop the process tonight. So it would not be fair to, without that cancellation, to not proceed with the wait list. So it's within your discretion to cancel the invitation and have no wait list and start over, or you can proceed with the 2. They'll come back to you for a resolution awarding the permits for them. Then they'll have the lottery on where they get to locate, and they'll have a year to open up.
And then Lou wants to jump in as well here.
So, Mayor, if I understand your motion, it would be to extend invitations to Infinity Assets Monterey LLC and Monterey Organic LLC to apply for the cannabis retail sales permits.
So I would clarify, I think we have to have that come back on the agenda. So just my motion is to request that come back to be agendized for the 2 to, yeah.
They could still reject.
Okay.
Yeah. Just because it's not agendized. So I know we can't make a decision on that today, but my motion is to have that come back to the council for consideration.
Direct staff to bring that back for consideration.
And a question with your motion, are you putting a time limit to the direction to staff for the instructions for those 2? What's the time limit?
For staff to bring that back to us?
No, what's the time limit that you want staff to tell those 2 that are on the wait list that they have time to execute the invitation?
For sake of time, I think that's an appropriate discussion for us to have when it comes back to us.
Okay. So maybe if staff can give us some options.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And then we're at no action on this proposal.
That's correct. Yep. So the motion is to have the 2 waitlisted proposals come back to the council at a future meeting and not take any action on the cancellation or the pause.
Okay.
So the motion's made, seconded. Any last minute comments before we vote?
Yeah, just a comment.
Please.
I'm going to vote yes because it's policy, but in spirit, I still don't like the industry. And this is kind of an example of why it's a difficult industry and there's a lot of adversity and negatives. And I still want to advocate that there's a plethora of education out there for where overuse of marijuana is a difficult thing in society right now. So I just want to call that out, that please get informed and educate yourself on the pitfalls of becoming involved in marijuana.
All right.
Thank you.
And with that, we will go ahead and call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Mashing. Woo! Motion passes. I didn't smoke any, so motion passes unanimously. All right. With that, we're going to go on to public comments for closed session agenda items. We have several closed session items. There's real property negotiators regarding 798 Del Monte Ave. There is litigation between the city of Monterey versus Leslie Flores, trustee. There is conference with legal counsel regarding Cafe Fina and Domenico's regarding the trash porter services. And we have real property negotiations regarding 886 Cannery Row. And then we also have conference with legal counsel regarding significant exposure to litigation. So with that, I'll open it up for public comments on closed session. Oh my gosh, I need something. Closed session agenda items. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? I see one taker already. Anybody else? Luna, you want to go? She's raising her hand. All right. We'll go ahead and close it off to the one in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody on Zoom, so we'll go with the one speaker we have in the chamber.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Chiamanco. I'm speaking on item 1 for El Estero Boating's lease renewal. My husband, Anthony, is the owner, and it's been in his family for many years. There's an issue affecting the business, and upon speaking with the mayor recently, he asked me to speak tonight. There's an invasive weed that's overtaken the lake for 2024 and 2025. A specialist says it's called widgeon weed, and it grows from the bottom all the way to the top surface. It has many twisty branches. They spiral in many directions. It started in June. It dies in January this year, right now, and it lasted 8 months. The year before, it was 7 months. The paddle boats are nearly impossible to operate in it because it tangles in the mechanisms. The business lost all of last year's profits and much of 24. The city has lost revenue as a high percentage of the gross sales is paid in rent to the city. We've asked the city to control the weed, but we're told there's no funds to do it. It will come back more widespread each year as it's taken hold. It must be controlled for the business and its employees, a beloved part of the El Estero Park complex and a valued community asset. Speaking as a native Monterreyan and long life citizen of Monterey, I'm not speaking on behalf of the business now. You'll see pictures in the lease proposal of the damage done by the weed, showing the once beautiful little lake covered with weeds, algae, and litter. Anthony and I and our employees have seen dead birds, geese trapped in the weed. Once we saw 7 dead geese. There's much less bird activity. What is it doing to the ecological balance of the lake? Are the fish healthy? People and fish and kids learn to fish there, but now they're tangled in the weed and remnants of their lines litter the shore. What about the plant life? What about the turtles? How is the oxygen ratio? Is weed tangling the big pumps that keep the lake from flooding and causing major disasters? I've seen weed piled by the pumps. Anthony and I are very worried. In the lease proposal, there's a way to do it by the city or by Anthony for $150,000 for harvesting equipment. We know there's a huge permit process to get it done. We're really asking for help. Your staff is fabulous. We work with Jan Aldretti. We're working with Kim. I can't say anything better about them. They're wonderful, but we do really need help. You've got to reach out to state assemblymen or senators, whatever. We're really desperate down there. We cannot operate another year like this. You'll put us out of business. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Kathy.
All right, with that, because there's nobody online, correct? Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment on closed session agenda items. We'll go ahead and recess to closed session. We're supposed to be back at 7 o'clock, but I want to make sure that we get through the closed session items. So just bear with us for folks that are returning for our evening session. Thank you, everybody.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our evening session of our council meeting today, March 3rd, 2026. We're going to go ahead and reconvene. Appreciate everybody's patience as we lingered here, trying to finish out some closed session items. We're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask Dr. Barber to kick us off.
Again. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Barber. All right, and with that, we'll go ahead and continue general public comments. So these are for non-agendized items and for folks that have not had the opportunity to speak for general public comments yet. And just to remind everybody how public comment period works, we identify those public commenters at the beginning of the public comment period, and then we'll cut it off. So then only those people that have identified themselves at the beginning of the public comment period will be able to speak. So I'll check in with folks on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for non-agendized items under general public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take those callers. And I think we'll leave it, I think we'll leave it to 2 minutes just to make sure it's marrying what we did in the afternoon.
2 minutes. You got it. We're first calling on Esther.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to just bring up a point that I was recently reminded of. Last time we had an increase in the sales tax, some of us in the community were very vocal in helping getting that through to the voters and why it needed to be passed. And now that we're coming around to do this again, I'd like to remind everybody, and I'd like some answers to, back then we were told and we passed along that part of those funds were going to go towards affordable housing. And if they did, I'd like to know where. And I just want to make sure that if we're going to go rallying people to, support another increase, I want to make sure that it's going to go to what we say it's going to go. And I don't recall that there was a specific percentage or anything described back then. But I do want to revisit that when we go into this conversation, because I think it's important. And some of our efforts were even acknowledged by the previous city manager with a handwritten thank you note. And I want to make sure that if I'm going to go and support something openly, that it actually does what it says it was going to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our other speaker is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 902.
This is Nina Beatty. This weekend, Israel and the U.S. killed 168 little girls, 7, 8, 9-year-olds at a primary school in an unprovoked attack on sovereign Iran. We also destroyed 3 Red Crescent facilities, attacked Gandhi Hospital, and are continuing these killings as I speak. These attacks are a gross violation of international law and stop the productive talks on nuclear enrichment. How much support, training, and logistics comes from Monterey, the DLI, NPS, and Fleet Numerical? Monterey is complicit in these crimes against humanity. This month is the anniversary of the invasion of Iraq, another immoral and unlawful war against a sovereign country based on lies. General Wesley Clark exposed the Rumsfeld hit list to take out 7 countries in 5 years, Iraq first and Iran last. Clark asked an aide, why attack Iran? Why attack Iraq? The aide, a general, said they just decided to go to war. The U.S. has now completed that list. Who's on the next hit list? Martin Luther King said a nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense and on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. The record 2026 NDAA is almost $1 trillion as Americans becoming homeless increased 32% during Biden's term, and child poverty more than doubled just in his last year. How much now as the U.S. destroys children in Palestine, Iran, and elsewhere? Next Wednesday marks 15 years since the Fukushima disaster began that continues to contaminate Monterey by sea and by air with radioactive poison. A ray of hope is the spring equinox on March 20th. This day is when southern and northern hemispheres are the same distance from the sun, when everyone on Earth, including humans, are in a sense on the same page, together, unified. Let's be united for good, for each other, for community, for healing the damage. Let's release the shackles of warring and rivalries, of lies and rumors, of ideologies and indoctrinations. Let's let it all go. Let's confront Monterey's past and its present complicity and stop being perpetrators of violence and evil.
Thank you. Your time is up.
All right. And with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment, and we will do announcements from closed session.
Okay, on closed session item number 8, which was conference with real property negotiators on 798 Del Monte Avenue. On a unanimous roll call vote, confidential direction was given to real property negotiators. And on item number 10, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pertaining to trash porter services for 2 businesses on the wharf. On a unanimous roll call vote, confidential direction was given to legal counsel, and the remaining items were not heard and will be brought back up this evening at the end of the agenda.
Awesome. Thank you, Chrissy. All right. With that, we'll go to our public appearance items for this evening. Item 13 is to ask the voters to approve a proposed parking lot tax at the rate of 8% at the June 2nd, 2026 special election. With that, I'll pass it to Lou for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Good evening. Your council directed staff to bring forward a sales tax, a parking tax, and storm fees as part of a strategy to partially mitigate the projected budget deficit. Tonight, we're bringing forward the parking tax, which is this item, this proposed parking tax, as well as the storm fees. This particular item, as you indicated, asks the voters to consider a proposed parking lot tax. We also have members of the business community here tonight who have questions and concerns regarding this item. But we'll begin with a presentation from Ms. King, our finance director, and we also have staff here to answer any questions that the public may present or that your council may have. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bella. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Good evening, council, mayor. So we put together a very short presentation. As you know, we have been looking for a few reduction strategies for the deficit. The first one being reducing our ongoing expenses and related services, which we'll be addressing during the fifth FY 26-27 budget preparation when we come back. The other 2 items that we have been talking about is increasing the ongoing revenue. So the general sales tax measure we brought to you a couple of weeks ago to put on the ballot, and now we're talking about the parking tax measure. So I just want to give you highlights of what that is. So as you know, we've been having our FM3, which is our polling experts have done the polls throughout the community. And so one of the options that came up was parking tax, and we presented it to council with different options, different percentages. Council accepted the 8%. So what this actually applies to are occupancy of any privately owned parking facilities that are in the city. And it means that each occupant is subject to, and they pay 8% of the parking fee that's charged by the operator. What it does not include, so we have exemptions to that. So any person or occupancy that is beyond the city's legal authority to impose the tax, any visitors, transient visitor that is already subject to TOT, if they're staying at a hotel, that's not there. And then also if there's no parking fee for the occupancy, those are also exempted. Parking facilities that are owned by the city for public parking are exempt. Parking fees that are paid to the city or its agents, such as parking meters or in city-operated lots. And lastly, parking facilities that are associated with the residential premises where the occupant of the residence for at least 30 consecutive days. So that does not interfere with those exemptions.
the revenue, how we came to the estimates. So our numbers are there, again, they are estimated revenues. So this chart shows you two lines, the city-wide and then a per person. So citywide, we're looking at a range between 372,000 to 745,000. So this assumes that there are 1,418 spaces throughout the city at privately owned lots. It assumes a daily rate of $18. Now, of course, it's in red because that number can fluctuate any way that the operators choose to charge for parking. So with this, we went citywide, the 1418 times $18 per day would be daily revenue of 25,000 for the operator. We charge that 365 days, brings in 9 million. 8% of that is 745,000. So that is on the high end. And so we added a 50% occupancy rate because they're not going to always be filled every day. So we did 50% of that. So that's where the range starts with 375 to 372,000 to 745,000. So that is the range and how the estimates were calculated. The per person. So this is using the same basically format. So if you go and you park your vehicle one day of the year, you pay $18 for that space. 18 times 8%, your fee is $1.44 is what an individual would pay. And so very quick, our recommendation is that the City Council adopt a resolution to ask the voters to approve the proposed parking lot tax at a rate of 8% at the special election to be held on June 2nd, 2026. And we're available for questions.
Thank you for the presentation, Rafaela. Any questions from the council? Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Rafaela, for the presentation. Can we go back to the slide with exemptions, please? I just had a question about the language of the first bullet point there, relating to the authority that I think it was a person would have to impose a tax. Could you, any person or occupancy that is beyond the city's legal authority to impose this tax, who is that?
Some things I chose in this presentation not to paraphrase it, and I took it directly from how our ordinance listed. So I'm going to ask Chrissy to actually just speak to that.
Right. So there might be some instances that you can't contemplate right now, but where the law prohibits the imposition of this tax for some reason or another. We try to think of all the exemptions in advance, but it's almost a catch-all in the event that something comes up. We have addressed exemptions for city facilities and the visitor accommodation facilities because you don't want to double tax our transient occupancy tax. And then also acknowledging that sometimes with affordable housing development projects, without parking, we're either have required using parking garages and things like that. And so we're not going to tax residents that are parking in parking garages for, long term. So.
Anybody else have questions at this time?
Just one question. Well, no, I'll wait. Thank you.
Councilman Rush.
No, thank you.
Can we go back to the slide with the numbers, please? The table. Where's the 18 coming from?
It's an average. It's a number that can be changed at any point. So that's just an average.
Maybe my brain's not understanding. If it's a tax, how do we get an 8% tax on parking, which would be, I don't know, 40, 50 bucks for parking? How do it's 18?
So we didn't, when we're doing this estimated, we didn't want to say, okay, well, let's charge if the vendors, because we have no control over what a vendor is going to charge for parking. So rather than go on the high end of it's $40 for parking for the daily rate, we chose to go, be closer to an $18 a day. That number, which is why it's in red, will fluctuate, just as we know that parking is higher during our Cali Roots Week or, the Jazz Festival or the Car Week. We know the parking is going to be higher during those times and maybe during the times when the season is not tourist season as such, the parking will be lower. So that number is going to fluctuate. So it's just an average. So it will be higher at some times and I'm sure will maybe lower at some times as well.
And then how do we get the 1,418 spaces? Where does that come from?
I'm going to have Mark tell you where he got that number from. I think they went out and actually hand counted everyone. He's online.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Hi, good evening again. So I am still here, believe it or not. I'm happy to talk about this. So I was tasked with this project back in, I think late last year when we first started looking at these, the index card activity actually. So I can tell you the sites that we looked at. So we generated some of the numbers from their online. Some of them have them listed online. Some of these were counted via Google Earth or Google Maps where we could see them. And then some of these were, no kidding, in person counted. So we looked at the Sardine Factory, Portola Hotel, the aquarium lots, or the lots that we enforce that are near the aquarium's research area, or not the research area, but their shop. El Torito is counted in this. Clement Hotel, the lots that are kind of across from the Tidal Coffee area, not necessarily named, and also that Heritage Harbor parking deck that's over there near the first theater.
Okay. Okay. And then so done with the table. Thank you for that. I guess there's a broader question, and I know what I recall from the conversation around the parking tax was, particularly around the public parking spaces, the idea around excluding that was maybe more of concern around the ballot language getting approved. But is there anything else that precludes us from including public parking spaces in the tax?
I don't think there's a legal reason that we'd have to preclude it, but another way to look at it is if you wanted that same revenue, you could just increase the fee to cover the cost. And so,
Just to clarify, you're asking, could we increase in the city lots or on the street and so forth? So you can within the constraints of Prop 26, which indicates that a public agency cannot charge more than it actually costs to provide the service, as well as any limitations set forth by the Coastal Commission in terms of public access. So we have two constraints that would constrain your council from adjusting those rates. Not to say they can't be adjusted, but they have to be adjusted within those two legal parameters.
I know that we're on a tight timeline if we wanted to move forward with this, but assuming that there was no restrictions on time frame, how would we go about considering a across the board tax, including public parking spaces? How would the city go about executing that? Would we go through these processes first as it relates to the public portion of it, or would we see if it gets approved and then go through the Coastal Commission and all the processes? What happens first?
Sorry.
She's got 25 years and I've got 6 weeks, so I'll defer.
It's on me. Frankly, if this were to get changed that dramatically, I would maybe suggest that this be considered for November instead of for June, because that needs a lot of additional research and overhauling and review.
If I understand it correctly, if we were to change the rates, and we can confer with Public Works, but I believe you would simply change your fee schedule for all your Prop 26 fees, for all the services that the city provides. So
It
it's
sounds like it is an option for us, but we could also do the tax on it as well. I'm just trying to understand what we have the ability to do versus what might be the best option.
so the item before you is a tax, which would go before the voters. The fees are within your purview to approve you approve them, I believe, annually
Mhm.
as an administrative matter.
Right. I think the mayor's asking if the tax could be applied to the city's existing
Fee.
parking fee.
Mhm. It sounds like it could be.
Tonight. I don't,
Not necessarily even tonight, just in general.
I would want to double check and research it because I didn't do that for this item based on the prior policy direction. I do know San Francisco, Santa Monica, I believe Malibu, I'm not 100% sure about Malibu, do tax their own city parking lots. There's a bifurcated rate in Santa Monica where they charge a lesser rate, but they do tax their own lots. And San Francisco taxes, I believe, their own lots. So, but I would want to look into that more before
Okay.
trying to redraft it on the fly.
Okay. And then last question, and I probably should have asked this earlier when Mark was on. So Mark, trying to maybe give you a moment to queue up here, but what are the other parking lots? So like, is MPC included in that, or like are the pop-ups during the fairgrounds events? How are those administered and potentially held accountable to paying the fee?
Those were not included in my count. However, I would defer to maybe Chrissy or Rafaela to help the could they be kind of question. But no, they were not included in the count. So just the FYI.
Yes. So for example, if CVS decides to start charging for parking, it would apply to them. It also applies to the fairgrounds. So the fairgrounds is not exempt from this tax.
What about MPC?
The school district.
I don't believe they're exempt either.
So wouldn't a school district be exempt? Because how would we have the authority to levy a tax on another governmental agency's property?
Well,
Like the airport, we couldn't tax the airport.
Why not?
It's a private district. It's not a
In the
part of the
city.
city of Monterey.
It's
a
in the
separate
city of
district.
Monterey. They tried to annex themselves out, right? That was something that they asked us to consider, but they're still part of the city of Monterey.
So they have their own governing body as a district. So it's a legal question.
So-
I don't think you could.
the legal part I analyzed was with respect to the 6th District Agricultural Association, which is commonly referred to as the fairgrounds, but that is a state entity, and it is lawful for us to tax the parking of the fairgrounds. I did research that. Now, I'd have to check for MPC and school districts, but I would think the same rationale would apply.
Okay, that's it for my questions for now. Let's take it out for public. Thank you, Rafael. Open it up for public comments. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Folks in the chamber, just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium, or if you prefer to remain seated, just ask that you raise your hand, but I'll ask for hands here in a second once folks are lined up. So I have 2 folks that are lined up. I have 1 in the front row, 1 in the second row, 2 in the third row. So anybody else? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the chamber. We'll cut it off to those 6. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 online. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson and council members. I understand that the city is currently faced with a structural deficit and have looked at many different options. One of the many solutions proposed so far is this one, and it would address the structural deficit and is personally one of the least onerous to me. Unfortunately, the city recently rolled out the new residential parking permit fees. As a consequence, there isn't much goodwill currently being directed towards the city's parking department. with many commenters perceiving that the city is being greedy. At the same time, the public doesn't know which parking lots fall into this proposed tax, despite the wording in tonight's agenda. The public's eye just goes to the large lots that they know and frequent and think that the cost to park there are going to go up. The blame for this is also passed along to the city. If the city is serious about passing this parking lot tax increase, you need some public relations so people understand which facilities would it be included in this measure, perhaps on a map mailed out with the city focus. I looked and it's not easy to know which parking lots are owned by the city and which are private. If the city doesn't actually point out who will be paying this proposed parking tax, residents will only feel taken advantage of again. If the city wanted to generate some rapid goodwill, perhaps it would consider rescinding the $25 per year required for homeowners to park in front of their homes. I am not a residential permit holder and don't know the total number of people involved in the residential parking program, but it might pencil out for the city in exchange for the revenue anticipated from this proposed tax. I am very much opposed to any public parking being raised, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for all the work you guys do behind the scenes. My name is Tom Gowing. I've lived in the peninsula for 49 years and I've seen a lot of things change. Small town, now a big town. There's an article I'd like to read from the Pine Cone, and it was the February 20th editorial, which you guys can all get online. And basically, it's stating that the taxes that we pay almost on everything. I mean, if you guys can give me, you folks can give me something we don't get taxed on. I'm on a fixed income, Social Security, and I'm still working part-time because I like to spend money. I will read this real short part here. It's a long thing from the editor of the Pine Cone. As we observe, levies on public economic activity includes taxes on income, property taxes, sales taxes, hotel taxes, just to name a few. They can be counted on to generate more revenue as the economy grows. If in California sales tax rate had stayed at 2.5, which it started at, revenue would still have grown sharply as the state boomed. But somehow politicians can't help giving themselves regular raises by increasing the rates. The reason is obvious. Every dollar taken in by taxes gets spent on something. And while the people who pay the tax may not like it, the people who receive the money absolutely love it. Want to be a successful politician? All you have to do is tax the few and spend all them on the many. So my big beef is that right now the TOT tax is at 12%. You stay at the Marriott on a normal day, that's a $300 room rate. That's $36 that goes somewhere. The parking fees at the airport. When we have a private special event party, those big private jets that are worth millions and millions, and those people have lots of money because I bring them from the airport to Pebble Beach a couple times a week, that fee goes up. Okay, it's an event. It's called an event fee. I think most of this money that we're losing or the deficit is from unfunded liabilities. Now, you guys didn't have any say in it, but we give the firemen, the policemen, all public people a hell of a lot of money when they retire. I didn't have a retirement. That was probably my own fault. And we pay for them until they die. So that's where a lot of that money's going that could be taken care of. Also, we need to eliminate a lot of jobs, a lot of these giveaway programs. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And have a good evening.
Thanks, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mike Zimmerman. I am with the Cannery Row Company. There's a couple of fundamental issues that need to be considered as part of this proposal. The first thing to consider is if the premise is this is really a financial emergency, why aren't we including all parking? The vast majority of the parking are the city lots, not the privately owned lots. There's the issue of fairness, the basic premise that it's appropriate to charge one customer a tax and not another for the same service based on who owns a lot is fundamentally unfair. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. The premise that city lots are excluded based on supporting some undefined social and economic goals is flawed when the city operates the lots exactly like a private lot does. You charge market rates, you're not giving special consideration to locals. The city lots have existed for decades with no distinction. As an example of the unfairness, the lot next to the sardine factory is sandwiched between CR1 and CR7. Depending on which lot you go park in, you're going to pay an 8% fee in one of them, but not in two of them. Many of the private lots provide support for the same social and economic goals as the city claims. In the case of the sardine factory lot, that lot was developed as part of the permit for Steinbeck Plaza. Steinbeck Plaza has generated sales tax, business license, property taxes for over 30 years, and we developed a public plaza and access to the beach as part of it. More importantly, while not the intent, the effect of this measure is that the city is using the power of taxation to create a competitive advantage for itself. This simply shouldn't be. The next issue really is potential revenue. The calculation is deeply flawed. The amounts referenced in the proposed ballot measure are grossly overstated based on my experience. The proposed ballot measure rate estimates a range of tax revenue of $372,000 to $745,000, which would equate to taxable parking revenue of $4.6 million to $9.3 million. Potential revenue streams are going to come from two main streams. One is the transient lots in the Cannery Road district, which is going to be the Sardine Factory, Ocean View Plaza, El Torito, which is largely validated parking, and the aquarium lots. Based on our use, our operation of the Sardine Factory lot, that's going to be plus or minus $2.5 million. The hotel parking garages, those are included in your count here. Almost all of those spaces are going to be subject to TOT, and you're not going to generate the revenue out of those. Based on discussions with the Monterey Plaza and the Portola, the maximum revenue you're going to get out of there is about $500,000 a year. The total potential revenue.
Sorry, I gotta cut you off there just to make sure we're fair to everybody.
Okay, but you're not going to get the revenue there that you think you are. Not even close.
Thanks, Mike.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Janine Chikrat. I'm the Managing Director of the Portola Hotel and Spa, one of the larger lots. As Mike, I'm going to piggyback on what Mike just said. I did an analysis of our parking. We collect 91% of our parking is being 12% taxed for TOT. So the balance at 9% is actually, when I looked at 2025 numbers, the city would receive $11,000 from our parking lot by putting an 8% tax on it. I talked to my friend at the Monterey Plaza. You will receive $4,000, so a total of $15,000 from two of your private lots. So to Mike's point, I think there really is some concerns on what you're estimating you think you're going to get out of this. The 8% tax that would go on in our lot is mostly going to hit locals. It's people that are going to the Italian festival, the Greek festival, shopping downtown, dining in our restaurants, going to the Golden State Theater. That's who would be hit with that 8%. I also have a concern over staffing. Do you have the capacity in accounting to manage this, audit this, or are you going to have to hire another body? And what's the cost going to be to hire another body in your finance department? With the build out of the new hotels, in close proximity, we're driving people out of way who are tax conscious. While TOT is 12%, my hotel overall is 18%. But when I look at that TOT, just the TOT 12%, we tax not just hotel room charge, we tax parking, mini bars, resort fees, facility fees based on occupancy, administrative fees, internets, movies, bartered rooms, extra person in a room, rollaway beds, pet fees, no-show fees, food and beverage, including a nightly rate based on occupancy and employees of nonprofits. So that 12% is misleading, thinking you're just charging it on a room rate. Taxing your way out of this $10.5 million deficit is not the solution. I was here last fall. And I talked about the only way out of this is true economic development. What's happening in almost every community surrounding Monterey, you see it all over the peninsula. We need a vision and long-term planning. And as I've stated before, we need two professionals who can assist in developing a strategic plan for Middlebury, Fremont Street, Alvarado Street, even Wharf 2. I love Wharf 2, and I just bring the fishermen back. I'm also on the board of C Monterey, and I'm actually the board chair, I should say. And we recently hired a third-party consultant called the Hunden Group. And what the Hunden Group is doing is they're looking at all of our special events throughout Monterey County. We're looking at existing events to see what we can potentially do even better. There's opportunities we all know with the Jazz Festival. So we're looking at existing events. We're also looking at future events and downtimes to be able to help drive more occupancy. I know Solving does an incredible job at Christmas time, and our hotels are always empty the month of December. So there's an opportunity there. All right. Well, you'll be learning more about the Hunden partners. And I know, Nat, you were at one of the stakeholder meetings. So thank you.
What you need. Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name is Vince Balestre. I'm with Canary Row Company. We understand the issue. We were a bit surprised getting the information on Friday and then scrambling and putting the thought into this by today. The question of MPC, when the fair has events, they charge at the Monterey Pines. The list goes on. And I don't think anyone's really thought of all the different instances where parking is actually charged privately. But at this point, who's to say that we don't turn our kiosk into come down to the city, get a business license as far as being a vendor, and then we'll charge for a sticker. And with that sticker, you'll get free parking in the parking lot. That's totally legal. We're not obligated to charge for parking in that parking lot. But if someone came in and bought a sticker for X amount of dollars, they could park for free. So really think this out. This is a fast, quick one. We'd like to work together, but this feels a little quick. And I think there's other opportunity for income for the city of Monterey. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom. Oh, I apologize, please.
It's okay. I'm getting used to that.
What's wrong?
I'm getting used to that.
What do you mean?
Well, I'll bring that up. Can I start?
Please.
Yeah. Once again, I heard Gino mention. I'm Daniel Armendariz. Hello, Mayor, city members. So earlier I heard conversation about the parking. When she gave her description, Gino had a question on the first item, and on that first item, I believe it should be. I mean, you see it as an empty space. I think what belongs there is not limited to, but to include disability people. Because once again, you have a parking lot. Some of the parking lots are public, some are private. Some of the ideas for disabled people, in some areas, they don't have to pay. In other areas, a good example with a wharf. It costs $14 for a disabled person to park there. And most of the time, the disabled people, and it's sad to see, I see it every time I'm out there. You see an old person walking up with their crutches, getting out of their car, and I remind them they will give you a ticket. And most of the time, that people don't know, because there's no markings, that disabled people normally at any public parking are allowed to pay, not have to pay, but get free parking. But on that particular parking lot, I see it every single time I'm out there. And you can stand there and within 15 minutes, as soon as a person parks, if someone doesn't notify them, a lot of times of visitors, and it's sad to see people 80 years old, 70 years old, walk back to their car, crawling into their car and picking up the ticket off their car. It's sad to see that, and it's sad that in a lot of situations, the city fails to recognize the disabled community. And it's very difficult because once again, in a lot of your articles, you have it in the bottom normally. It's the last line of almost every article you put out or produce. But when you're trying to work with the city and trying to have someone in charge of the disabled people, and when they make a comment that they'll get back to you, and because once again, a lot of times disabled people are not heard or overlooked. An example is recently I tried to make request documents from the city. I requested them and I told the person at the secretary's office, I'll be back in 2 weeks to pick up the paperwork. And then I get a phone call from her and she gives me an adjusted idea and she's trying to change what our original, there was a witness from the city there. And all I was trying to do is pick up documents. I haven't picked them up yet because she said to get into that room right there, your secretary's office, you need an appointment. And it's very difficult when you're trying to work with the city and work with the person assigned with disabled people you have to make a special appointment. You can't even find a way to have reasonable accommodations for disabled people. Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
Yes, I'm calling on Tom.
Thank you. As you know, I've been advocating the inclusion of publicly owned parking lots. Thank you. As you know, I've been advocating the inclusion through the internet on this.
Yeah, just 1 second, Tom. Sorry about that. I'll restart your time.
Okay. So I'm looking at the third paragraph of the discussion section, and I agree with much of what's been said by the Cannery Row Company representative and the hotel representative. The private parking lots serve a public purpose just as much as the public parking lots do. The whole point to taxing public parking lots and spaces is because we need the money in the general fund, and it isn't needed to provide the service itself. This paragraph makes it sound like we can't charge a tax that exceeds the cost of our service. I don't believe that's true. The problem, as I see it, is that if you just raise the parking rates, that ends up going into the parking fund, which is not accessible to the general fund. We have a general fund problem. Furthermore, it isn't fair to the private lot owners to impose a tax only on the private lots. Just raising the parking fees would send more money into the parking fund, which would not be available to the general fund, as I said previously. So I see this as being a question of fairness to the private property owners. They deliver a public need just as much as the city parking lots do. In the past, the excuse I've heard is, well, the Coastal Commission will be pissed off at us. Well, why would the Coastal Commission be upset with us more than they would be with imposing a tax on the private lots? So I keep seeing the argument against taxing our public lots and parking spaces. I'm talking about the metered spaces also, as being this amorphous argument that changes with with each presentation we get here. So please, I think the city parking garages and parking spaces should be taxed. I think they can be taxed, and I think it would be cleaner to do that so that the money ends up in the general fund, and it would be fair to the private property owners. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry about that sound issue, Tom. Next speaker is Esther.
Hello again. I wanted to just comment that I agree with a couple of the previous speakers about some real education is going to be needed on what lot is what. I mean, I've been here over 25 years and I buy the annual resident pass to get a discounted rate, or I think 2 free hours or something at the wharf parking lot. And over there, it's like one lot is considered covered and another isn't. And I still don't even know which is which. And so I don't think that in general, people who have been here a long time understand what's considered a private lot, what's considered a public lot. So I think there's education that needs to be definitely addressed on this topic. Maybe some graphics would be helpful. I also agree with the gentleman that spoke about the handicap parking problems over there. When I had a temporary handicap placard because I had some surgery, I was ticketed over there because everywhere else I went, I didn't have to pay for parking with that placard. And I had a ticket in the wharf parking lot. So I'm not quite, I definitely think that we need to do some education. And just in general, I think it will be easier for residents to go for this on the ballot if we frame it the way that we did with TOT, that mainly the people that are going to pay for this are the visitors. I believe the airport or maybe C Monterey or both recently put something out saying that we had a significant increase in the amount of visitors last year. And A significant amount are expected again this coming year. And I think that if residents were given a discount for living in the city by zip code, I think that's done in other ways and other areas, that it would be easier for us to pass this. And the visitors that come here, just like they still keep coming here when we raise TOT, even though the same argument was used that, you know, we're going to tax the tourists away, they're going to pay for parking just like they do for TOT. So I think if we want to get this passed, we should consider giving residents a discounted rate, and it'll be something that isn't that unusual. And for the gentleman that said that the politicians keep giving themselves raises, for the record, our city council did not get an increase in their stipends for 25 years until a couple of years ago. So really don't think that applies here. Thank you.
All right, that we're going to close public comment. Thank you to all of our public commenters. A few questions came up during the public comment. So if staff would indulge here. There was some question around the numbers. I don't know who best to answer this, but there was a question around how we came up with our estimates, and I don't know if staff had a response to that.
If Mr. Ackerman is still on the line, he can shed some background on how he estimated those numbers, recognizing that there's variability with parking rates in private lots.
Yes, I'm still here. Don't worry. happy to serve. Very excited to talk. So yeah, I mean, I went through it already. The lots that we incorporated, we didn't look at the like the special event parking for, you know, that has come up now multiple times. Frankly, I feel knowing that the gosh, what was it? The Sardine Factory was bringing in $2.5 million in parking alone, I think is what I heard. That makes me feel even better about our estimates. I think the low end is pretty conservative. And yeah, I mean, I could go through the lots again, but it was a lot of just counting, seeing what they had, and those were the ones that we based it on. Now, there may be others that we missed, and there may be other opportunities in the future, special events, like I said, maybe, I don't know about the airport, but maybe other areas, MPC. I do know that the city of Berkeley, I believe, was challenging, or the UC was trying to not allow Berkeley to charge their students a parking tax. However, it's my understanding in my research that they lost that battle and that they are indeed allowed to charge the UC Berkeley students a parking tax. So I'm not sure what that, you know, if that means that we necessarily can do that with MPC, but I'm just throwing it out there. Chrissy would be the expert to defer to on that stuff and moving forward. But anyway, if there's a specific question about a specific number, I'm happy to go back and address it, but I'm just gonna be repeating the same number to you, if you will.
I got you. And then there was a question around staffing. Does our current staff level support the implementation of this tax if passed? Or is there going to be an expectation that we add to the position control list?
For finance staff, there's no expectation to add additional staff. This would be much like, because it's self-reporting, so it would be much like we do the business license. You would report on a monthly basis, you know, the tax that you owe remitted to the city. So it's just one more item that staff has to. It's not going to be an increase that will come to a level of additional staff.
Okay. So not in finance, but we're across the board, we're not expecting to create any new positions based off of this.
I would anticipate periodically you would require auditing of the program, which would be a contract.
Which would be expected of any tax, I imagine.
I'm going to add that we actually currently do have, we're contracted with HDL that actually does our auditing for TOT tax. And then we can actually also just add this to the contract as well.
Okay. And then last question, and I don't think it was specifically asked by a member of the public, but I'll ask it at this time. There was a point made by Mr. Reeves in regards to simply increasing our rates has that funding going to the parking fund. But what ability do we have, if that's true, to utilize that funding for general fund purposes?
we've already done that. That's going to the general fund. It's not going to parking fund.
What I'm saying though is if we were to just increase the rate for the public parking,
So I believe Mr. Reeves is correct that currently those fees go into the parking fund to offset operating costs and to provide for infrastructure repairs. But I think your attorney was referring to potentially putting out to vote a tax. So that would be yet another ballot measure to tax public parking. But again, that would be subject to a legal analysis.
and that tax, if we did that, would go to the general fund.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, unless it were like a special tax.
Okay. Okay. I think those are all the questions that I captured from public comment. So thanks again to the members of the public. I'll open up to the council for motion and deliberation.
Well,
Dr. Barber, please.
so for me, I totally agree with, I think it was Esther that was saying, and I think a couple other people, that it's going to take a lot of education on this, because there's been a lot on parking tax, resident parking. And I've had a lot of people coming and talking with me about the concerns and the confusion about the residential parking program and the parking, tax that we're talking about tonight, and being able to understand the public and private. So, I mean, yes, it's going to take a lot of education on this, but I think we still have some questions that need to be answered. Some things that we brought up tonight, even with the MPC, special events, and even Mark talking about that, they didn't look at all the event parking. So if you're not looking at all of the parking, how can we really make a decision on this tonight? That's the way I'm looking at it, because we don't have all the information. You have some questions on the private, questions on the public, questions on special events, questions on MPC, and trying to see exactly how that looks. And if we're going to look at it, I think we need all of the information so that we can be able to see what we're really dealing with. And then as far as the other tax piece that I think we're talking about, that was the other piece too. I think one of the other questions was dealing with the handicap parking. Is there something different? I'm just curious. That was a question I had with the handicap parking. With the wharf specifically is what I heard. So I just was curious about that. Is there something different as far as handicap parking anywhere else? If you put if you have your placard up there, there's not a cost. So how does that work at the wharf?
I can try to answer this. My recollection is that for off-street parking, the charge is free and the time durations don't apply. But that code section and that exemption in the vehicle code does not apply to parking lots.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. So I should have said on-street parking. So if you're at a meter or some other zone on street, you are not required to pay a fee, and the time limitations don't apply. If you're in a parking lot, those exemptions do not apply, and so you are required to pay a fee for ADA parking in a parking lot.
So that's any parking lot, right? So not just the wharf. If it was any parking lot, if there was handicapped, I'm just trying to get a clarification.
You're allowed to charge for the fee. Now, if a private company decides not to, I guess that's up to them.
Okay.
But the city charges for ADA parking in its parking lots.
Okay. So there's my clarification. Thank you so much, Chrissy, for that. So, but back to what I was saying. So I think there's still some holes and some questions to be answered to make sure that we are being fair, but also that we have all the information that we need to know how much revenue we're really talking about. Because right now, we're not really getting a clear picture of all the revenue we're really talking about if we don't really know the parking spaces that we're really, we're really addressing right now. Not knowing what we can do, some of the others such as MPC or even special events, because we have a lot of events here. So, whether that's going to be the tourists that's going to be paying, whether it's going to be local. And then if we do so, I think that it is something to look at doing a discount for the local residents, especially if we're already changing the program to have a residential program, parking program now. If we do that and we can give some sort of break to the residents, then that would be helpful as well. But you're still getting your 8% no matter what.
Who wants to go next? Please, Councilman Rush.
Well, I think Tom Reeves had some real good points, and I actually think the hoteliers with the private lots have some fine points about equity in this whole discussion. It seems though that the attorney is saying we would need more time if we're going to tax public parking. But I'm realizing that we could do in November, we could take up the parking tax and renew Measure PNS, and that's probably all that we're going to be doing in the fall. So that doesn't look too unpalatable to delay the parking tax. Consider making it public as well. There's less education about the parking lots. It's all the parking lots are going up equitably. And then we get more money too, because we'd be raising a tax on our public parking lot that goes into the general fund. So right now, barring better ideas, which I hope we come up with, I would think maybe we would continue right away working on this, but for the fall, include the public tax on the parking at the same rate as the private lots on the parking, and call it a win-win-win, and hope the voters support us. Add in the renewed PNS, and we'd have two tax issues on the fall.
Okay. A win-win-win.
I'm
Oh.
trying. I'm really trying.
I like that. So isn't crafting policy fun? So I've got a question. When is the time frame if we were to act and give direction to staff tonight, if this was going to go on a June ballot, when is the absolute deadline that you need to have that from this council?
The resolution would need to be with the registrar of voters by this Friday.
Yeah. So I see in my mind lots of questions and a difficulty approving something like this with those questions unanswered, to be able to do that by a June election. I agree. I think the November timeframe is what I would be much more comfortable doing. But what are the questions that I'm still looking for? Mark, are you still with us?
I am, Councilmember Smith. Happy to be here.
It's going to fall to you.
He loves his job too.
Yeah. So I hope you put your daughter to bed.
She's sleeping very close to me right now.
Good. Thank you so much, Mark. So I guess for me, it's the data piece. We heard tonight that the numbers of the count might not be accurate according to the property owners. So a refined count, if you had more time, I'm sure you could do that. You could coordinate with the property owners and come up with those numbers. The question on the legal side of the taxing potential parking lots that are MPC districts or other locations that, it's the city of Monterey, but there are some district authorities that might prevail. But I need that answered before I could even consider a public lots consideration. I know that Prop 26 sets the limits for what we can do in terms of recovery, and it's tied to the cost of maintaining that property. So we can't just say, well, the private lot down the street is $35 on a Friday and Saturday, and a special event it goes to $50. Well, why don't we just go to $30 in our own lot in a public sector lot? Well, we can't do that. We're constrained by Prop 26. So that number that we have to set our prices at we look at those on a semi-annual basis, and we reflect what the recommendation is based on the accuracy of that. And so naturally, the private sector lots are always going to be a little bit lower because we have constraints on us. In some cases, the Coastal Commission, as the city manager has mentioned. On the side of trying to capture the funds, we have a necessity to capture the dollars. We support the access, we maintain the roads, we maintain the street lights, in most cases, the sidewalks and the access points where anyone is going to drive down the street. They're going to get to a private lot without the city partnership of our maintenance that comes out of the general fund. They can't maintain an adequate access to their property. So we are a partner in this. We pay for a lot of things to make sure that your visitors can get there. And we're happy to do that in a partnership. So it's not that we're not aware of the other side of our burden, which is the impact to the general fund, which we are all struggling to figure out. Our prices are restricted. I talked about that. The major cities almost all charge a tax on parking lots that are private lots. I've mentioned before, if I go to the Bay Area, I go to a ballpark, I go to Santa Barbara, I think even in San Luis Obispo. So this is not a foreign concept for a city. I think the policy is what's the right rate and where are the exceptions and how do we carve out the reasonableness of this policy where we're making sure whatever we do, we are not double taxing those that are using the lot. And we need more time for this. And I'm saying not ready for decision from me tonight. I need more data. Mark, I know you'll come through. And I'd like to approach this after we get through our current balance challenges or our budget challenges, and then approach this. Doing this now, trying to rush it is not good policy. I don't think it would be a favorable vote unless it's a very clear message. I'm not ready to make a clear message to the voters, and I think we need time. I think November is the time to approach this, and I don't want to overburden the voter with something that is unfavorable on its face because they see it as an impact when we're asking them to also vote for a sales increase, a sales tax increase of 0.37 or 0.365. That to me is the one that must pass because that's the greatest revenue to the general fund. This one can wait for me.
A little bit continuing on that thought. I'm trying to remember, but I just can't. And I'm wondering if staff can help me remind us if there was a specific reason why this specific ballot piece was earmarked for the June 2nd special election.
Good question.
Well, we thought we might have admission taxes in the fall and PNS in the fall.
But yeah, so we don't. Right.
Yeah.
And how does, thank you for that. So then, thinking about November, how does staff feel about putting this item on the ballot for November?
In the context of all the other
In the
things.
context of the other, yeah.
Certainly, I think that would be if your council moves this item to the November ballot, that would certainly be something that your new city manager could advise you on in terms of the competing ballot measures. But the advantage, if you do, it will allow the public to see the budget process, the belt tightening, and the potential costs to the community of not funding certain programs. So I think it'll put in context the benefit of taxes in providing much valued services to the community. It also gives you, it gives your staff the opportunity to engage in the dialogue, not only with the public, but with the business community about our shared resources and obligations as your fellow council member articulated.
This is going with November versus June. Yes.
If I'm able to add context, if you don't mind, as well, going back to our budget deficit strategies and the index card exercise, the options that we have in the toolbox, if you will, for tax measures were limited. We're glad councils decide to move forward with the sales tax measure. I think we talked about not having more than 2 on any ballot. So with June, knowing November, we definitely want to prioritize Measure P&S renewal. There were other considerations for admissions tax. We knew vacancy tax is on the back burner for now. streaming tax, and then parking tax was the next most viable one, and wanting to strategize for two in June and then maybe two in November. Those were some of the considerations why our staff recommendation was to consider parking tax in June. But it's, as our city manager alluded to, also understanding why council may want to postpone and only have the one item on the ballot in June.
Thank you. So my thoughts, I mean, I'm open to thinking about this item for November, especially with what we're hearing tonight, maybe the possibility of broadening the scope to include city lots. So I'd be open to that as well. And really, I think for me, what it really comes down to is whether we put it for June or November. At the end of the day, the voters really going to decide whether or not this moves forward. So, but it does kind of sound like, I mean, making a decision tonight would be a little bit rushed, knowing that we have a deadline on Friday. So yeah, I don't know that that's necessarily best approach for anything in terms of making decisions. So yeah, sounds leaning more towards supporting the idea of waiting till November.
Question for staff. Could we look at putting extension of Measure P and S on the June ballot? Since there's no change in language really, we're just extending it.
Be by Friday, though. We'd have to have a special meeting between now and
Friday.
And we'd have to draft it.
I'm just thinking, I think the biggest driver for me, I mean, I take a little bit of a different stance than everybody on the council at this point. I feel like if there's an ability for us to move forward, I was going to suggest something like try to do like all parking spaces. If it's an easy thing to validate that, yes, we can tax public parking spaces, that we feel comfortable in just moving forward with tweaking the language to that extent and then just getting it on the June ballot. But I also recognize the questions surrounding this. So for me, the biggest thing is I don't want to lose out on the opportunity to get something presented in addition to the sales tax initiative and then oversaturate ourselves or sell ourselves short in November because we're kicking the can down the road on another measure.
And are you thinking that because we've done PS before that it might be easy?
We're not, I mean, the only thing that I'm imagining we would be considering is how long we would want to do it for. And
So can I offer a comment about Measure S? And because I think that plays into, and you said it, it depends on what the voter approves of, So I think I know the town pretty well. I worked on Measure P and S and X and my own campaigns, and like you all, knocked on a lot of doors. I think the ultimate question is, does the public trust us that we are doing the right things with their funds, and they trust us to say yes to Measure S as an extension? I think that is an easy sale. When we combine it with everything else, it becomes harder. But if we combine it with a difficult sell in June and we say, vote for a parking tax and vote for a sales increase in June, and we're talking about the parking tax approved tonight, and then we all get to work and try and do the education, that doesn't give us a lot of time to combine those two as being worthy of your trust to vote. I just think we need to think strategically about how all of us are going to be involved in each one of those campaigns. And how willing are we to knock on the doors to get them to win? And how much are we going to go out and educate for these measures? So I just have a caution that I just don't think the public responds well when it's rushed. And I don't see anything else being on the ballot this June, except for the 0.365. I just think putting anything else with that reduces the trust level, reduces my confidence in the vote from the public, and makes it more conflicting to run any kind of an education campaign. I just think, we need more time for this one.
I think my big net 50,000 foot view concern here and the argument that we could make in justifying this is we're in a crisis in the city of Monterey. We have huge gap to fill, not just this fiscal year, but in the long term. And the more we kick the can down the road, we're only making the problem worse. And so, in as much as I agree that more time to make sure that we're getting everything perfect is ideal, I don't think we're in an ideal situation. And I think we're going to start rubbing up against another pressure point, which is now cutting programs, cutting positions. What is all that? What are the implications associated with that? So what I would offer, and I'm going to go ahead and try to make a motion here, is to request a special meeting by Friday in order to consider an extension of Measure P, Measure S, and I think staff might have some general sense of the questions raised around the parking tax for consideration on the November ballot.
And you're calling it a special meeting, so it would only need 24 hours notice?
Yes, I'm just pausing here for a second because a vote on a completely different tax and scheduling of a meeting is not on the agenda.
Or could we just maybe give some consensus around the idea of scheduling a special meeting?
That you can call with your own authority.
Okay. And then maybe my motion is let's have staff look at the questions that were posed tonight around the parking tax, and let's look at what a consideration of that would be in November. So that's the motion.
I would second that.
I'm sorry, we just switched.
Repeat the motion, please.
So the motion is we're not moving forward with the parking tax for June ballot, but there's been some questions that have been posed tonight. So staff take those and prepare for more discussion as a potential for November ballot initiative.
Okay, and you're not asking for a special meeting for staff.
So just based off of what Chrissy said, because it's not agendized, I can't include it in the motion, but what I'll do after this is maybe get some general consensus from the council if that's agreeable. Lou, did you have something you wanted to throw in there?
Just to clarify the time frame in which you're asking staff to do the analysis and return to your council is by Friday, or is this in the months ahead?
It would require drafting it, and so there'd be tomorrow to draft it and to notice the meeting for Thursday, so it could be turned in by Friday. So that
I can't support that.
right. I mean, that's
But that's what he's going to try.
But she's just clarifying the details as it relates to the Measure P, Measure S piece. Even though it's not part of the motion, I think there is a logistical piece that we'll need to kind of figure out.
okay.
So can we take the vote on the motion of the parking
Yeah,
as a separate issue?
I think Lou has some additional thoughts here.
No, just requesting clarity on your council's direction in regard to the item before us tonight on the parking tax.
Yep. So Clementine, do you have the context of the motion?
Yes, I have that you're directing staff to review the questions that were posed tonight and prepare for more discussion to be held about a parking tax for the November ballot.
Perfect.
Okay.
Does that work?
So hang on. I'm confused by what you're saying in the motion. Are you expecting that this motion includes data-driven collection by a short date of Friday?
No. Nope. So Measure P, Measure S is what is specifically being talked about for this Friday, because that would have to go on the June ballot, but that's not part of the motion. So we're not discussing that right now.
So your motion is
Specifically about parking.
tabling this
For
not
November.
for November.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's the motion.
And a point of clarification or a friendly amendment, public and private lots.
That's a question that it should be
That's part-
included in
That's going to
future
be part
staff
of the
report.
assessment.
100%.
And so the motion that you repeated had no timeline on that data coming back to us.
I didn't hear a timeline given, but I think it would just be whichever timeline staff felt was in line with a November ballot.
Yes, to the November ballot.
Exactly.
Perfect. All right, any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And then can I just get general consensus? Does the council feel in support of agendizing a discussion for a special council meeting regarding the extension of Measure P, Measure S? This doesn't mean we're making the decision to do it, but just the discussion of. So,
I'm not.
So a consensus is the same as a vote.
oh, okay. I thought I asked that and you said that was okay. So how would we get the ability to be able to schedule something prior to Friday? Would staff
You
just have
can
to?
call a special meeting without consulting with anyone under our charter or the city code. And so that's tricky.
Okay, so can I call that now just so that we're clear about what the expectation is?
Sure.
Okay.
I think
Can
so.
we have a discussion before you call that?
Okay.
Before you make that?
Well,
Well, I think we can't discuss because it's not agendized, so
it's not agendized. And so if we could just take, 5-minute
pause.
break or let me just
let's
process
take a
it.
Monterey 5. Let's
It's-
do that.
okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We'll take a Monterey 5.
Hmm.
with our agenda here. We are now on to our next public appearance. Item 14 is to reauthorize initiation of a proceeding to obtain voter approval for the city's stormwater fee at a lower rate to mitigate flood risks and reduce pollutants and stormwater runoff in the Monterey Bay, and adopt ballot procedures for the submission and tabulation of protests in connection with rate hearings conducted pursuant to the California Constitution, Proposition 218. With that, I'll pass it to Lou for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and we'll go ahead in the interest of time and bring our Public Works team up to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rebecca Baggett, and I'm an environmental regulations analyst. Tonight, staff is requesting authorization to proceed with a revised stormwater utility fee under Prop 218.
Well, that was the end of the presentation for a second.
I was just congratulations.
I was like, wow, that is a record.
You're a speaker.
You're welcome.
Rebecca, can you just bring the microphone up just a
Yeah.
little bit? Thank you.
There you
Sure.
go.
The proposed rate is $4.81 per month, or $57.72 annually for a medium single-family residential property. A medium single-family home represents one SVE, or single-family equivalent, which serves as the baseline unit for the rate structure. The fee is based on impervious surface area, which ensures that costs are distributed proportionately based on runoff contribution. This is a revision of the previous proposed rate of $7.72 per month, which did not receive majority approval in the survey. The revised rate structure is structured to provide approximately 2/3 cost recovery of the O&M, with the remaining portion to be supported by the general fund. This slide provides a side-by-side comparison. The previous proposal was $7.72 per month. The revised proposal is $4.81 per month. The revised rate represents a substantial reduction at the medium single-family level. As a result, it provides partial rather than full cost recovery. The projected O&M cost for the stormwater program in FY 26-27 is approximately $1.34 million. This does not include capital project costs. The revised fee would generate roughly $904,000 annually, covering about 2/3 of that cost. The remaining portion would still come from the general fund, but this significantly reduces that exposure compared to the current situation of zero dedicated stormwater revenue. This table summarizes the difference in revenue between the previous rate and the revised rate. Estimated annual revenue decreases from $1.34 million to $904,000, a reduction of about $440,000. The previous rate had only 42.9% support in community surveys, short of the majority threshold needed to pass. This figure summarizes the key procedural steps in the Prop 218 process. The process begins with council authorization to initiate proceedings for the revised rate. Following the authorization, the city mails formal notices to affected property owners outlining the proposed fee and the protest process. The public protest hearing is then held, at which written protests are received and reviewed. If a majority protest is not received, ballots submitted by property owners are tabulated to determine whether the fee is approved. So this graphic simply illustrates the required sequence: authorization, noticing, protest hearing, and ballot tabulation. Tonight, we are asking council to adopt two resolutions. The first reauthorizes staff to initiate the Prop 218 process at the revised rate of $4.81 per month. The second establishes the formal protest procedures. Property owners will have at least 45 days to submit a written protest, and if a majority do, the fee cannot move forward. Our goal is to establish a dedicated funding source to mitigate flood risk and reduce pollutants entering Monterey Bay while reducing reliance on the general fund. And I'm happy to take questions at this time.
So open up to the council for questions.
So how long will the fee stay in effect? And is there a time of a cycle of that collection of fees, or do we have to go out to a new ballot every time we want to raise the rates?
I believe it has a CPI escalator, but if you're going to increase the rates, then yes, you have to get a voter approval.
Okay, but there's an annual CPI that adjusts this amount.
Correct.
So as a policy, when we know that we have a debt service from the general fund, as that may increase, the city could come back and do it again with no limitations like the next year, if we wanted to. So there's no lawful clause that says you can't do this until the third year.
Correct.
That's an adjustment. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, please?
We used to have this fee and then it disappeared in around 2023.
Mhm.
How was it collected before it terminated?
Hmm.
Was that on our parcel tax? Or am I confusing that with the sewer?
It used to be connected with Monterey One Water. It was collected.
Okay.
Sorry. At that time, and then with all the transitions to the tax roll and then our desire to increase the fee at the same time, we're just started over with the Prop 218 process.
Okay, all right. So I'm not, it was with the parcel tax at some point. And
It was never on the parcel tax, but it was billed for us or residents here through Monterey One Water on that bill.
and it had its own cycle of how that was collected. All right,
Right,
that's
right.
fine. That's
Yeah.
good enough.
I believe it was every other month, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong. And it was every other month, a bill that Monterey One Water billed on behalf of us. So both for stormwater fees as well as the sewer fee. So you essentially got it was itemized, three different categories: the Monterey One Water treatment, City of Monterey collection for sewer, and then stormwater.
I'm sure I paid it. So, all right, that's
Well,
it.
I think they had a hard time getting it collected from some
Yes.
because it wasn't tied to a property tax roll.
That's correct. And now
Right. They had to pay for collection agencies and all the other related.
So they
things.
fell behind in collections.
Exactly.
Yeah, but because we haven't transitioned to the tax rolls for the Monterey One Water portion of the fee, we're still having issues with having to put a lien on people's properties in order to collect that fee, which kind of seems silly for an amount that's so small, but eventually we will have to somehow create some leverage to collect that.
Interesting.
But by it being on the tax rolls, if we were able to do that, or how we've benefited is that we're able to get more cost recovery, because it's people pay their taxes, their property tax.
And so the relevant question for Rebecca is, how would we collect this tax and have it hit to our funding? It would be
part of the
on the
It would be
property.
put on the county tax roll.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if this were to pass, when would the money start being collected? When would the city of Monterey have money coming in for
I
our
think
funds?
was trying to answer, but it's due to the county tax roll in August, and then we would, I believe, start collecting in July.
Okay. And then when the property tax is paid, then they would have the pass through
Yes, correct.
to us.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I did have a question, and for some reason it has just left me. I'll come back to it. Thank you, Rebecca. Great job giving the presentation and taking those questions. Take it out to the public. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Okay, we have one in the chamber. Anybody else? Anybody? Just kidding. Just kidding. Anybody?
Well, there may be some on Zoom.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we'll cut it off in the chamber and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Yeah, just maybe a question for the lady that just spoke. Maybe can what is the largest pollutant that's we're worrying about, or material that's the biggest the thing that's being collected, or the worst item in the pollutant area that we're trying to take out of the water? Or what is it? Is it foam? Is it styrofoam? Is it plastics? Is it mineral iron? What is it that we're trying to have removed out of the water that's polluting the bay? The biggest item that's trying to be removed. I don't know if that could be answered on, but if you know what you're looking for, if it's styrofoam, what is that idea of what are they taking out of, or what are they protecting? The people, the ocean. What's the benefit of collecting a large fee, and what is it they're trying to keep out of the water? That's the biggest culprit. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to our caller on Zoom.
Esther, you can go ahead.
Hello again. I just want to point out in the times that I've been following council, whenever these protest vote situations present themselves, there's very little participation from what I recall. Regardless of what the topic is, I think the process of reaching residents for this protest vote thing is kind of wonky, because if it was, I don't know if it's people not paying attention when it comes to them and they think it's some junk mail, if it's coming in a postcard or what. But I just wanted to point that out, because anytime that I've seen you guys do a protest vote count, it just seems kind of low. And I don't think that that's representative of the majority of the people who you're looking to get input from. That's all. Thanks.
Awesome. All right. Thank you for both of our public commenters. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. Staff, if maybe there was a response to the question around the pollutants.
I think the question was, what was the largest pollutant? So pollutants come from several sources, mainly trash, also organic waste like leaf litter, animal waste, things like that. So it's hard to quantify because some pollutants are more harmful than others. So although they might be in smaller concentrations, they're much more harmful. So in Monterey, generally the largest pollutants come from nutrient pollution, and that comes from waste, like degrading trash, and also other organic matter.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And with that, we'll open it up to, I remember my question from earlier. I'm wondering how the polling was done. So I understand that there was the 40 some odd percent support of the full cost recovery dollar figure. And I'm wondering if there was something done in the polling where we did an education portion and then re-asked the question. So just hoping we can get clarity on that. Sorry, helping you get your steps today.
It's okay. The polling was actually done primarily by our consultant, who's online, so I'm sure he'd be happy to answer that question.
Perfect.
Hi, thank you, Rebecca. Good to be with you, council members. Chris Coulter with SCI Consulting Group. So the polling was done in November and December of 2025. A mailed survey that also included an informational guide that explained the stormwater program. Those results were analyzed during the month of December, after December 19th and into January. So we haven't done a follow-up polling piece. The mailed surveys typically take around 30 days. You need to have those in the field to be able to collect responses and get those back. So just the initial mailed survey amount, which did have a very strong return rate of over 23%, provide us a very substantive sample of responses.
Was there an education portion of the polling? And I guess it's hard if it wasn't over the phone to communicate what those selling points are. But then was there an opportunity for people to at least read something and then come back and answer the question again around support?
That's a great question. So the way that the survey is designed is designed to basically mimic the mailed balloting portion of this type of property related fee ballot measure. So when the survey goes out, it comes with a 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, front and back, with information on it, and a couple of photos explaining the program's history, what the services are, and the financial need. There's a second piece of paper that has the actual survey questionnaire that's returned to us. What I had originally said is that mimics the balloting process, because when someone gets one of these stormwater fee ballots in a mail balloting, they also get a paper voter guide and a physical ballot to return. So there is an educational component that goes with this type of process, and we've found that the results are fairly compatible with the actual balloting, because you're using a parallel informational piece with both the survey and the balloting. So while it is important to be able to gauge, the temperature of people who are getting a survey, they're also being informed of the program and can make an informed choice at the survey point.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris. All right, open up to the council, please.
Couple questions for Chris as well. Chris, okay. I think I took the survey. I don't recall being asked my political party, but what percentage of people who responded actually told you their political party?
Thank you. That's a great question. So we don't ask for the recipient to tell us about their demographic information. We tie that to the property owner's records. So the surveys goes out to property owners who we match to the registrar of voter rolls based on their name and their address, and we know who responded to the survey. We can match them to their voter rolls if they are a registered voter.
Great. And then would these stormwater fees cover a new storm drain?
So the fees are designed to be very flexible in what they can pay for. And it would be up to the program needs and the funding available.
Andrew, while Andrew's coming, Chris, I thought the report was excellent. I was really impressed.
So I can jump in and answer your question about funding a new storm drain facility. No, these fees were only intended to provide funding for the operations, the regular operations and maintenance that goes with their storm drain program. So this wouldn't be any expansion or new capacity improvement projects. Can I
ask a follow-up question to this? Is there a process in which we would be able to include that into the fee?
I guess there is a process, not on our current timeline to get it in for next year.
Yeah, I just in anticipation for a future discussion, I just wanted to, what would we do different in the process that would allow that to be included?
So when we draft the ordinance, we would describe exactly what would be eligible expenses. And so right now, I think the way we have it crafted, this is just regular operations maintenance. So like routine maintenance projects, not any sort of major capital improvement projects. But I think that would involve, I guess a future cycle where we'd have more opportunity to get this prepared. I think right now we're just trying to get the O&M portion of the storm drain utility tax covered. But if we wanted to expand it to improvement projects, I think that just had to be on a separate track in a future year.
Thank you.
Can I follow up with a question on that? Andrew, isn't it true that if there was new storm service added because there was a development associated, let's just say there's plots of land and they're going to build 20 homes and it's going to require upgraded storm underground piping and such, wouldn't that be collected through the permitting process of that development piece?
Yes, so you're correct. So like new development or any sort of redevelopment, we have to enforce existing stormwater regulations.
Yeah.
So we do review the amount of proposed or reconstructed impervious areas. And that may trigger different levels of like stormwater post-construction requirements. And so when a private developer is responsible for putting in, say, some sort of low impact development or some sort of storm drain facility, if it reaches a certain tier, then they would be responsible for the operation maintenance and annual reporting that goes along with that. And even that's actually even considered in this rate. So a lot of new development that falls into this category that has these post PCR structural BMP features on their sites, they would actually be paying a lower storm drain utility rate if they already had the low impact development on their site. So that was something considered because a lot of new development already has these features, and they do have to do their own reporting through a maintenance agreement with the city.
Right. So I guess because of that, it doesn't necessarily mean that we might have as much exposure that we would think if there were new areas of development or expanded stormwater
Right.
piping. That's generally going to be covered by
Right.
the permitting and the construction of the private sector.
Where I'm going is these torrential rains are so abundant that it's becoming apparent that in certain neighborhoods, the addition to the current stormwater drain is due.
Yeah, is increasing the capacity.
We've got to up that capacity.
Yeah.
But there's no provision for it right now.
Yeah, and to answer one of the questions that related is what goes down the storm drain? Anything that's on the street and out of the yard, cigarette butts, pieces of tire,
illegal
gasoline,
illegal dumping,
illegal painting, stuff that gets dumped or stuff that's left in the yard that washes out. So anything and everything that can go down a storm drain does.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Ross.
I'll make a motion.
Did you have anything you wanted to? I'm just going to throw this out. I see people are jumping here. I see staff's recommendation, but again, I just want to express some urgency around addressing the financial situation that we're in. And given that the reason why I asked the question around the polling and the education piece is I wonder how many people actually looked at that additional document with information and how that might have influenced their bubbling of how they would vote on the item. My concern is that we're going to sell ourselves short by going with the staff recommendation and not getting full cost recovery. Obviously, the opposite situation would be we go with 772 and it doesn't pass, and then we end up with nothing. But I think that it's prudent for us to educate. And I would offer that the same is true with the lower amount. There's no data that showed us any indication other than a general sense that a lower amount would increase support. There's no data that shows that the $4 whatever figure actually went above the 50% mark. So I would still want us to put on the table and consider the full cost recovery amount. So I just wanted to hear thoughts on that.
Well, I understand where you're going. Why not try and answer this fiscal deficit that we have? But on the other hand, we pay these significant fees for these consultants, and I'm tending to think that they're giving us good advice. I mean, they're giving us professional advice based on decades of their experience, and I can't second guess them.
I mean, similarly to the parking tax discussion we were just having, I mean, the consultants that we hired said that polling showed it was less than 50%, but yet we were ready to move forward with that. And under the assumption that we would do some education. And I think the city has more control, if I understand correctly, Chrissy, in regards to educating the public in support of our effort here in a way that might be different than putting things on the ballot. It's not like we have to form a separate campaign committee, I'm assuming.
So the city can't lobby in favor of
So
the
it's similar to the.
It's similar,
Okay.
yes, but we can provide information and
Well,
statistics and
And to Esther's point, it's going to be rare that these don't make it through. So maybe you have a real good point.
But here's another possibility. With the timing of what I don't think a lot of people are saying right now is all their utilities are out of control, water, gas, electric. And then this is a utility that people start to, weigh that, yeah, it's less than $5 a month. I think it's a compelling argument that says, well, we don't collect anything, so we need to. But there is no restriction for us that we could do this within 18 months and increase it where it needs to be. If there's, incrementally, sometimes you win games with singles, but the batter in the bottom of the ninth gets up and tries to hit a home run or a grand slam to win the game. I think you lose a lot when you try and swing for the fences like this. I think sometimes you're better off to be prudent and advance the ball with baby steps.
When you're in the ninth inning and this is your last shot, sometimes it's good to try to go for that home run.
When you need one run to win the game, you don't try and swing for the fences. Sometimes your strategy is you got to get runs.
If you get stuck on first base, you're not. It doesn't get you too far.
Depends on how many out.
I'm ready to go play baseball right now.
Spring season, yeah. So
fly ball.
So it's just, I think it's just a philosophy that I want to be a little bit more cautionary. I want it to pass, and I don't want it to be a big dispute. I think that it's the first opportunity to get $904,000 that comes away from the general fund when this passes, and I think it more easily passes at this rate amount than it would if we were going to go up at $7.
I mean, I feel strongly about this, but I also recognize that if the council feels otherwise, I mean, I'll go so far as to say that I'm willing to put boots on the ground myself and go out there and not just educate, but also get people to show support for the initiative, which I don't think would be too hard of a ask. But again, if the council feels otherwise, I would just throw out an alternative, which is not my primary, but I'm just kind of trying to play all the cards here. I think Councilmember Rash raises a very valid point that we've continued to fail in addressing as it relates to new infrastructure. And so perhaps we alternatively could go with staff recommendation tonight in hopes that this passes, and maybe we plan for a discussion next year and well in advance so that we're not trying to rush and being in this position that we're in incorporating an increase that takes into account the new infrastructure piece. And that way it gets a little bit more to this kind of incremental piece. So.
Yeah, and I think if you're saying that a motion tonight is accept staff's recommendation to move forward with this, with the caveat, we would like to hear in a near future for the 26-27 budget to revisit this and potentially increase it again.
The last point and why I say it's like my alternative in the sense that if I can't get support from the council for my primary, because there is a risk on the other side where we increase it today, not full cost recovery. So we're eating into our general funds, which is struggling, the theme of the year here. And then we try to go out next year for an increase, and then they say no then. When right now I feel like there's a stronger argument to be made of setting it where we think is appropriate to run the program, because right now it's zero. So I can go out there and say, we're literally eating into our general fund, which this is not the purpose of our general fund, and make that point there. So there's a risk I would offer either way. And just, yeah, I'll leave that there.
I would support you in going the full, right? Because I think the risk of losing a protest vote is so slim. Maybe now's the time to do it.
I just want to make sure everyone's clear that there's a protest vote first. And if there's not a protest, then it goes to a mail ballot where the voters have to turn in a ballot and it has to be approved by a majority, which is different than a protest because people may not turn in a protest.
Right.
But we need them to turn in a ballot approving.
Right, but we
Which-
could have 12% returning that ballot, right? And then the majority will win. There's not a set number that we have to hit.
It's just the majority of
It's
the
just the
people that
major-
turn it in.
Mhm. Right.
With the 51% that say yes.
Right.
Dr. Barber, Councilman Garcia, do you have any thoughts?
I mean, not really at this point. I mean, to me, that's why I was actually going to do the motion. How we were, but you entered into this, this is why we have the discourse that we have, so I appreciate it. About going into the full amount that we looked at 772. Now I'm looking at the difference of what it would generate, which would be around $436,000, difference of doing one or the other of what we would generate and how it would cover costs. And so I hear you on that part because then it's saying, when we look at it and see that the operations and compliance is 1.34 and we're bringing in 900, almost, I guess over 90% of it, but you still have, over 80% of it, you still have the other percentages there. So what are we going to do with that? Where is that going to come from? So I hear what you're saying about, hey, let's try for the 772. But the thing about it is, I guess I'm more concerned about the public survey when it came back and what I think SCI was talking about, them coming back with saying that it's insufficient support. So the insufficient support, I'm taking it that means it's less than 50%. Is that correct?
It was 42%.
It was 42%. So kind of close to like you were talking about with the parking piece. So, I mean, I could be okay to support you in 772 if you wanted to go ahead and try it. It's just that if we don't get it, then we don't even have that 904,000.
Right. What's the timing of when this would, the ballot protests and then it actually goes mailed to every property owner? When would that occur?
It's a good question. Let's see, in terms of the ballot measure and the timing of it, Rebecca, do you have a moment to share the schedule? And I'll share the screen as well. That way you all can see.
Which step of the process?
What's the time frame of when the voters would actually be completing a ballot and mailing it in?
So the last day to mail out ballots would be May 23rd. And then the canvass of returns would be on July 7th.
Okay, so it's at a time when they're going to be also voting in the June election. So they would get this ballot and
Correct.
then expected to fill it out and say yes or no. And then they're also getting the general election ballot in June,
Correct.
which then gives them a flavor of, I want to just vote for anything that's tax related. And that's sometimes what people can do.
What if somebody loses the ballot? Is there a process in which they can obtain another ballot, or maybe mail got lost? What is the process associated with that?
That's another item in connection with this item, which is to establish procedures. So it's a separate resolution.
Okay.
And it has in there the process of damaged ballots, or all of that is outlined in that resolution.
Okay. Councilman Garcia, what-
And
your thought?
could I ask Chrissy a quick question? Is I believe even if you didn't want to, if you wanted to make changes to the first resolution, we'd still ask that they pass the second one, correct? The procedures. Mhm.
Thank you for that.
So I've been a little quiet just trying to process this, and I think for me, I get the argument about 772. It seemed like it wasn't favored too much. But I've also been trying to figure out really where the 481 came from, and I haven't really gotten information that I'm confident with in terms of that specific number, why not 642, right? Or any other number for that matter. So I think for me, because I don't have confidence in that number, I would be okay with going all the way to 772 as well.
Do you want to ask Chris where that number came from?
Sure.
Ask who?
Chris?
Oh, Chris. I'm sorry. Sorry, it's getting late.
Yes, yes, I can answer that. So based on the survey results coming in at 42.9%, polling on 772, just looking at that, that gulf between the necessary 50% threshold for approval, that there's a large gulf. And so really the experience that we've seen with these types of balloting is that there is the price sensitivity is a reality. We know that the lower the proposed fee amount is, that there will be a little bit of a boost in support. That doesn't guarantee that dropping the fee by from 772 to 481, which is just under $3 a month, would actually reach the 50% required threshold. But what it does allow for is for the program to receive a significant portion of their operational needs. So there's a balancing act between the large voter gulf that the survey results showed us, and also trying to create a revenue stream that's stable and supports the program's operational needs at a very substantial level, which in this case, we were looking at about 2/3 of revenue being something that was going to be palatable for the operations and maintenance programming to receive a really big chunk of funding, but also try to develop a proposal to the general public that was also a substantial reduction in the ask.
Thank you, Chris. And yeah, I mean, it's really what I suspected, and it makes sense. If I get a survey asking me for any given service, would you prefer to pay $7 or $4? I'm going to say $4, right? I mean, it makes sense, but that's why, and that's what was polled. So what if we would have surveyed $6, right? I mean, and to Chris's point, there's a balancing act, and it's all just trying to get all this information that we have in front of us at a place where we feel confident that the voter will support it. But also, to Chris's point, it's not a guarantee. So why not go for the 772?
So let me interject about, if you will, and add to that. So if I'm understanding correctly, right now we're looking at the price that is the monthly fee for the medium single family, and the proposed is 481. I get that, and we're talking about possibly doing the 772 was what the original was, right? But if we're looking at the chart, the large family home is going for 642 per parcel. So you got to be careful of why somebody, if I'm in a medium, I'm going to say, why am I paying 772 and a large parcel is paying 642?
Well, that would, I'm assuming that would go up, because that large
that's what I'm asking.
that large parcel amount is based off of medium parcels paying 481. So all the rates would go up.
Okay, so that's what I need clarification on, because I'm looking at the chart and we're talking about the medium, and so I need clarification on that.
Does staff have the chart with the 772 that we can bring up?
So in essence, this is impacting everybody then. It's not just impacting medium. We're talking about medium single family, but really it's not just impacting medium single family.
So you see there, the previous one, large would be 1030 as opposed to 642, where 772 for medium in the previous, where it's
wording.
That's why I said this is not just impacting medium. The wording and the verbiage is saying medium, single family residence, but really it's impacting medium, large, and it's impacting the small.
So I think the consultant just selected a specific land use category as a baseline.
which I'm assuming
It's misleading.
which I'm assuming is because probably most of the properties in Monterey fall into that category. So probably most residents would pay that. But no matter what we do, people are going to be impacted. So whether we, Mhm.
I want to be clear to the public so that they see and understand
No,
what's going on, that we're not just hearing the reading of medium single family, but understanding that everyone is being impacted by this. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, so what you're saying is if we went to the previous fee and you said 772 is the rate that you want to go after, that means a large home is $10. And I can't make it, is it 30 cents? $10.30 for a large home. And I don't know how they categorize that. It's all about what their tolerance is to say that they want to give up $10 or, whatever the choice is. But it's coming at a time when people are very, very sensitive to the littlest amount of utility fees increasing. So I'm just uncomfortable in going to the max. I'd be very happy to have the 900,000 going to offset the general fund and then come back in year two and then readjust and go after that slight increase. Because then the slight increase would be substantially less than the first.
I would offer one more thing. The justification we're making to residents, to homeowners, is that we're doing this to mitigate flood risks and reduce pollutants and stormwater runoff into the Monterey Bay. And I would just offer that in conversations with the aquarium, they're willing to support some of our efforts. I haven't had a conversation with them about this specifically, but I would just offer that there could be an opportunity for us to go to the table with our partners like the aquarium and see if they can offer some support in ensuring whatever the effort is goes across successfully. And I'll make this last point. I'm gonna go ahead and try to make a motion here, but before I do that, I know that there's a risk here, and I appreciate some willingness of the council to think more boldly. I think in times like this, it's important to be bold. And if we try to take the easy route, which again, may not by in and of itself, may not prove to be successful, we're selling ourselves short. And I think it delivers a really solid message to our residents. And in this one in particular, we're not trying to ask for more than what's needed to pay for the services that are being provided. And to help provide that relief to our deficit, I think it's an easy sell that we can make. And I fully recognize how this might be compounded with the June election, but we got work to do, and let's do the work to make sure that we're running this city the way that it needs to be run and taking care of our residents. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the full cost recovery amount.
Second.
Is that okay for my motion, or should I add the other elements?
I think what you're proposing is what's listed as the previous fee. Am I right?
Correct. That's correct. So, and I'll just clarify if I can get acknowledgement from the seconder that I'll approve staff recommendation with the adjustment to go back to the previous fee.
And I could even add a little bit more specificity if Chris agrees, but it would be swapping out page 27 of attachment 3. Right now, that's the 481 fee calculation, and we would change that page out with the previous fee.
So that's part of my motion. Chris, does that work?
Yes, there's another formula somewhere else that shows the amount that baseline amount. But yes, we can change that page and the appropriate formula as well.
Okay, so I guess maybe more broadly, the motion would include any revisions required to the fee report just to document we're switching to the previous fee.
Okay, I'm good with that in my motion. You good with that, Gino?
I'm good.
All right, perfect. All right, any discussion on the motion?
Well, I think I've already articulated my reasons and my caution. I can't support it because I think I agree there are times to be, aggressive and bold, but it's one thing to say that with somebody else's money, somebody else's vote. And we're asking the public to comprehend. And I think there's a lot of moving parts to what we're doing. We're making some decisions that are very good and very effective overall to address our deficit. But there's also a sense of an overreach. And if it loses, then we're behind, and that impacts our general fund that much longer. And it takes us a long time to recover from that, to go back and do another ballot measure. So the loss of the money compounding what we're already losing because we don't gather any money makes the deficit on the storm water fund even that much worse. So that's why I'm leaning towards taking the 900,000 with a straight win. I think that something would be on a ballot measure would almost be a guaranteed win. Going higher, I think it really gets iffy based on the polling, where we saw the polling is 42% at that full rate of 772. So I can't support something that has polling telling me the evidence is not going to be supported by the voter.
How
So I
many?
can't support it.
How many? How many ballots or not ballots? How many people received the poll?
Yes, I can help shed some light on the polling. 4,100 surveys were mailed, and 23%, I think about 23.5% returned those surveys. So just about a quarter of that, so almost 1,000.
Pretty numerically correct.
Yeah, and to give you some light on that, that is a very high return rate. So we're very confident in the results that came in from that. Sometimes with the mailed survey, you get, around 10 to 15%, and that's acceptable. But this was 23%, which was very strong.
Hey, Chris, one follow-up question. Do you and your company do follow-ups? In other words, do you do the post-mortem, we call it, where you were right, it should have been $4.72? Do you track it that carefully?
That's really an excellent question. I can give you some experience just from a project that I managed personally. We had a very similar city up here in the Bay Area that did a number of surveys. There was a tracker survey polled, and multiple rates were polled over a period of 2 years. We tested 4 rates, and you could draw a line from the dollar amount that was highest to the dollar amount that was lowest, and they're inversely correlating. So the lower the rate was, the higher the support was. It was just a very linear support level. The tracker survey in that case came in showing that like 53.5% support was our calculated support level based on the tracker survey. So we advised them that was the right rate to go for. The balloting occurred about 8 months later, and the overall support was 51.9% at the tabulation. So we're very, very confident in the polling and the methodology that's used with this mail survey and the mail balloting proceeding.
I'm going to switch my vote.
Well, that's expert advice there with experience.
Well, I've gone around in a complete circle.
Maybe it's just time to call for the vote.
But I'm gonna go with the experts.
Can I ask a final question? How many ballots would go out? I'm assuming it's one per parcel. What is that number that we're looking at?
Yeah, you've got about 9,200 parcels, that would be charged a fee. So every parcel gets balloted. And we would be looking at around, you'd like to see about 35% return rate.
So we had 4,000 ballots went out. What is that? 40% of the properties.
A poker game.
And it was a 42% response at the $7.72 rate.
Well, I'll make a motion.
There's a motion
Is there?
Motion.
on the table.
Yeah.
Has it been second? Oh, that's right. It was. Okay.
Would you just take a vote on the motion and then go?
You can do a
second motion?
substitute motion if you'd like.
51%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll
50% plus one.
make a substitute motion right now
You could do that.
that we adjust the numbers to the professional recommendation from our consultant. Staff recommendation.
For the 418.
Was it 481 a month for medium, single-family residences?
Um,
Well, can we give it a pause? I think we're waiting for a second.
this is true.
This is
So just
true.
a pause. Kim, did you have anything else?
How many votes are needed for this to move forward?
51%.
50%.
No, from the council,
Oh,
Oh, a majority.
a simple majority.
Can we make the vote?
a tough one.
I'm struggling because I'm willing to support the motion, but I almost kind of would like to vote on my initial motion first. And the reason why I say that is because I don't want to be left with a motion that may ultimately pass, since it seems like it's leaning towards a majority and we don't have majority support on the council, which is the point that I was going to make to you, Ed, before the tone changed from some on the council. I think this is something that only gets further supported by having unanimous support on the council. So,
So you do a substitute to the substitute?
Well, why don't we just take a vote?
or
See how it
may I
goes.
ask you to withdraw your motion and we try my motion and we can do your motion afterwards?
I'd be fine withdrawing my
So
substitute.
I'm getting a feeling that there's manipulation here. Just
I'm not-
in just in the process. I mean, I think all due respect, we have a secondary motion. We should dismiss of the secondary motion. I mean, that's usually what we do.
Yeah, I was just asking a simple question. She could choose to keep her motion or not, and I'm not trying to manipulate. I'm just trying to find the best way of moving through this. I'm not trying to I'm just trying to do good.
Well, I don't feel manipulated, but what do we do, Ms. Attorney? You break it.
Break up the fight.
So I'm not technically the parliamentarian, but ordinarily there would be a vote on the substitute motion first.
Okay.
That's our
Unless
practice.
the motion is withdrawn.
It could be withdrawn by both, I believe, the seconder and the mover. Right. Or I guess,
Pardon me?
It's on you.
I'll stick with it. Let's see what happens.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No. All right. Motion passes 3-2. That's it.
Chris, thank you very much. Staff, thanks. It was a long one.
All righty. Thank you for that. Obviously very tough decisions tonight and none of it easy. So,
And did we cover, was there a second motion needed for the process? You were saying we had another.
that's right.
motion.
There's a
Yes, ma'am.
second resolution there.
Second resolution.
Or not.
I just took the staff recommendation.
Sounded like you-
Oh,
meaning-
okay, right. It's
recommendation.
covered.
Okay, so it's covered.
It's
Okay.
covered. Thank
good.
you.
okay. With that, we'll go to council comments.
I'll pass. We've got too much more work to do.
Come back to me. Anybody else?
No, I'll pass if everyone's passing.
How about we go to city manager reports and we'll come back to council comments. Take your time, Lou.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to point out that the second year of the First City Academy launches this Thursday, and they'll also be participating in a survey by the University of North Carolina of how these community engagements work. So that should be an interesting.
Are they going to come and attend our council meeting?
I'll extend the invitation. And then I understand the Panetta lecture series went well last night and was informative. And we extend gratitude to the conference center staff for putting that together, and the police for their support, and IT as well as the conference center maintenance staff. It's a lot of work associated with that. And I also understand the Laguna Grande JPA will be sponsoring an event on April 19th. And this will be a joint with the Park District, City of Monterey, and the City of Seaside. So look forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to council comments. Yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to pull up information for an event that I wanted to share. So I sit on the board for Community Human Services. They do great work throughout the county and City of Monterey in terms of offering services to our homeless population, and also addiction recovery, prevention, all that. So they're holding an event. Community Human Services is this coming Saturday, March 7th from 12 to 5 at the Custom House Plaza. There's going to be a lot of music and all kinds of opportunities to get to know folks who work for CHS, and just to come and learn about stories from folks who have participated in their programming. So just an invitation to everyone to come down and enjoy some good music and help support CHS in their fundraising efforts. And that's all I have. Thanks.
So I attended the Legislative Affairs breakfast put on by the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce. And they had a lot of good speakers, Zoe Lofgren, John Laird. What really stuck with me was Deneen Gus, who's the she's in charge of the county public education. And she said that the enrollment for public education in the high schools has gone down from 78,000 to 72,000. I don't know what time frame that is, but I'm going to presume in the past few years. And so they're suffering the same problems with their funding as we are. So it's throughout the county. And that's just the bad news. The good news is the high school now has girls volleyball, beach volleyball, and there are games locally down at Del Monte Beach on at 4:00 on April 1st, 4:00 on April 15th, 3:30 on April 29th. So sounds like fun. And 3:30 on March 11th. And what else? Oh, there's still time to make public comments on the Central California Outer Continental Shelf oil and gas leak sales proposal that the federal government wants to do. If you want to oppose that, just email me and I'll give you all the links. That's still going on. Thank you.
Speaking of increased costs and utilities, I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, but at our last board meeting for M1W, we voted in support of moving forward with a cost rate structure that will be coming to all of us soon, in anticipation for or in preparation for the tax rolls for next fiscal year. So one of the things that our general manager has committed to is visiting all of our public agencies. So Paul Shudo, the general manager from M1W, will be attending a council meeting. And do we remember the date off the top when that's going to come? It's upcoming. One of the upcoming council meetings, one of the next one or two. So that's going to be critical for our infrastructure there. And yeah, and then the only other thing I would share is on the topic of water is that I think we're all kind of waiting in anticipation for the decision from the State Water Resources Control Board as it relates to condition 2 of the cease and desist order and what kind of flexibility that provides to us. So yeah, hoping that goes well and keeping our fingers crossed for some flexibility in our water supply so we can get some much needed housing constructed. So
And Mayor, Monterey One Water update will be on April 7th.
April 7th. Thank you for that, Nat. Appreciate that. All right. With that, should I extend it longer? Oh, we're going to go adjourn to closed session. We did not finish closed session earlier. We have 2 more items to finish. So you all can go home, but we're going to continue working. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.